Hello, I am the Ronan Bond, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Bond live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bond. He's beardy. I'm getting rather beardy over here. Winter's coming on. How you guys doing today? None of you in chat so far. How's life? Are we live? Is this thing on? Tony. Did I hire a man named Tony? Who? How did I know your name was Tony, and what are you doing in here? Get the fuck out of my house. Yeah, that's right. You better go. Always be prepared. Keep multiple weapons around you if you're going to be a live streamer. Tonys will just flank you and you won't even know where the hell they came from. Welcome to the live stream. Seriously, y'all, I mean, I know it's a programming stream, but I need like one person to definitely be here for me to confirm that things are, because it looks like it's working on my end, but what the hell has that ever meant for anyone or anything? It says 0 viewers, so yeah. One way or the other, welcome to, hey, there we go, Diggity D and Mac. See, it tells me nobody's here as people are saying hello in chat. Diggity D and Mac It Happen and Kisu 8, welcome to a boring snooze of a stream. I'll see you later. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I've been playing with my code for SplitRP. This is SplitRP. This is my GitHub page for the rebuild branch of SplitRP, which is the version that I was working on when last I stopped giving a shit. I was working on it like 5 months ago or something. It's probably on screen there somewhere. Don't look too hard. Thank you for contributing to the speedrunning community. Oh, thank you, Mosaic Task Force, and hello. But yeah, so I've been playing with it because I needed to. I needed to do some tinkering, and I could actually show you why I needed to do some tinkering if I just typed the numbers 234 over here, and then popped this open, and then put it over here. So this is one of the reasons why I'd need to do some tinkering. As you can see from this video of someone's run, we've got a run here that I would love to be able to give an in-game time to. So how far do I have to go back in explaining everything? So you've got RTA, real-time attack timing, where it just starts at the beginning and ends at the end, and whoever can get it done fastest in the middle is the winner. But then you got IGT timing. And IGT timing, at least in Cluster Truck, what we mean by IGT timing is when you hit a level complete screen like this, you have to click the next level button, and there's some skill, I suppose, involved in dragging your mouse down to that button as fast as you can and clicking it. But importantly, after you've clicked the button, you just saw his mouse went down, he clicked it, the mouse disappeared. The mouse disappeared because the level is now loading. And that load time is significant across 90 levels, and the person with the fastest computer tends to get a big benefit, like 20-30 seconds by the end of the game, maybe even more, depending on, the disparity of two different runners' computers. Somebody who's got a fast SSD, it's very good drive without a lot, very good PC without a lot else going on it, has a massive advantage over somebody running on a laptop while recording the video, which you need to do for submission. So IGT takes that out of it. We remove everything that happens in these level complete screen times and just judge you based on the time that you spend in the level. What I did, and this was not the original intent, but I went ahead and I was working on SplitRP. SplitRP was going to be an auto splitter for us that would enable IGT by having the runner run it while they're running, and then it would report to live split when live split, which is this. Live split, it would tell live split when to fire the splits. The runner wouldn't have to hit any buttons to do the splitting, and it would also enable IGT. My splitter, because at the time we believed it impossible to do auto splitting by looking at the memory values in Cluster Truck while it's running, my splitter was based on observing the screen. It's actually a screen capture splitter that watches your gameplay and does some analysis to decide whether or not you've hit a level complete screen or not, and a bunch of other screens, and sends the splitting cues off. So that was what I was working on. I'm going to close live split down because we don't need it. So yeah, what it ended up becoming was once I had it working fairly well in the rebuild, I made it also into, this is the program running now, I made it also into a video analysis suite. And I'm going to show you that running right now. We're going to open up under Downloads. This is one that I just downloaded because I want to validate this. I want to give this run, it's a run that previously existed on the leaderboards, I want to give it an IGT time. What this program will do is, number one, we can scrub in. Okay, we can find where the run actually begins. Some of these don't begin right at the beginning. Sometimes, you know, people have a failed start run at the front of them. This looks like it actually starts at the beginning, so I'll leave it, in fact, I'll leave it right at the beginning on 0. At the end, I will take this all the way back to coming into 910, the final level of the game. This splitter, because it does do its splitting based on what's in the video or on the screen, can't tell when you are at the end of the game. Because the end of the game is done, you hit a button, and you stay in level, and the screen fades up to white, and yada, 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 and so forth. So it's not able to do that, but we can get the IGT times for everything but the last level, and then do the last level manually, put it all together. What do you got? You know, a big hassle. But regardless, if I click the Analyze button and everything's working, then what should happen here, ooh, baby, I love your way every day, is it will start analyzing this file and running through it to get the times much faster than you could do. However, I adjusted this for that file that we were just looking at that I need to come back to and explain how I started up in this, but let's just get up to date with what's going on here. So I'm taking the translate and the rescale values out. These are new features. I'll start the program back up. We'll open it for video analysis by pressing Alt-V. Alt-V, there it is. Open that file back up, again under Downloads, and this is the file. I'll set the mark out point to coming into world 910. There we go, and analyze. Now what we should see is this running through, and we'll see down here in the console of the program, just behind my head there, that it's registering its actions as it's going through it. We'll also see on the timeline that it's marking them with little colored bars when it does certain things as it does certain things. This is running very, very fast right now because this is a 720p, I think 60 frame per second video. We can actually check that, but it is 720p, which means that it's a lot easier to process than a 1080p. And in fact, no, it's a 30 frame per second, 30.0055, etc., and so on frame per second. And that is a problem, by the way, in my code. I need to be rounding that off to 30.00. I'm literally introducing floating point errors to timing. Very minuscule floating point, but it shouldn't be there. In any event, so there's a lot of little things here. In any event, here in the background, program's just running through. We're already into Winter World, and it is marking the beginnings and ends of every level that we're passing through. Let's just go to the bottom here and make sure that we're in the right level when we should be. So right now, we're looking at split number 31, 32, 33, and that's correct. We're going into 4-4, and we just saw 34. We're going into 4-6 now, and we've got 35. That's what it should be. It should be one behind, because while we're in the level, we're waiting for that level to clear, and the, level 410 is the 39th level in the game. Because, you start at 1 and go up. Sorry, you may have already answered this, but are you analyzing audio as well? Nope. This is just to get the splitting done. So that, a moderator doesn't have to go through 90 levels manually, which I don't think anybody wants to do. I think AJ might have done it on a few runs when he was trying to update the boards to IGT. We do IGT manually, occasionally to like double check on segment runs. I'm now a moderator for Cluster Truck as of like 3 weeks ago or something like that, 2 or 3 weeks ago. But so now I can say we. But mostly IGT has come from the video analysis tool that I created, SplitRP. And that is this, and this is what we're going to be working on today in Python, because, as I started out saying, this thing started as it was going to be an auto-splitting tool that would communicate to live split and do it while you're running. Now our community has a memory-based auto-splitter built right into LiveSplit. If you download LiveSplit, create a splits file for ClusterTruck, open up the splits file, it's just going to give you the option, do you want to turn on the auto-splitter? And it just works. It just downloads it automatically, and it works. Very few people have had a problem with it. There are some weird situations where your memory is occupied by weird applications and it changes things, but it works for most people absolutely flawlessly. So there's no reason for this, particular tool, at least for us. And honestly, I'm less interested in perfecting this, going forward and trying to perfect this as a live splitting tool, as I am turning it into a full-fledged video moderation tool. And I really wasn't that interested in doing that until today, when I started working on this program again. And as I alluded to at the beginning and then kind of immediately got distracted, the reason why I was doing some work on it today was because of this run. And this run is very typical of a lot of runs that we see, because, people are live streaming, and so they'll do this. You'll have, like, borders on the outside of your video, or on the outside of your, a template in which you put the video, which means that the actual gameplay is not happening across the entire video frame, which means that if I'm going to be analyzing the video frame in order to find certain things, then I need to translate pixel values that normally would start at 0, 0 to, for instance, in this video, it's actually at 0, 200 is the top left. And then I need to have the width and height of the whole window and give it that. And then it has to scale all of its, numbers and all of its calculations and everything that's been set up in the config file to account for that. So today I did that. It took me like an hour and a half, and it could have taken me 15 minutes if I hadn't, been away from this program for so many months that I don't remember what I'd already written. I literally sat down and started, like, shoehorning in, just grinding in the solution, that I knew I've already implemented once before in a previous version of this. And then I realized, once I got familiar with my code again, I already have all of the things that I need in place here. Why am I doing it again and in these weird places and spaghettifying my code? I ripped out everything that I did for the first hour, and then 20 minutes later, I had 12 lines of code in the right place that got it done, because I'd already built all of the things that I needed for it and just not gotten around to fully implementing it yet. But so now the program is capable of looking at a run like this, and what all I have to do at this point is I go into the config file, which this is my clustertruck.rp config file that I wrote up, and I give it a translate and a rescale value, telling it, the top left corner is 200 by 0, and the size of what we're actually looking at is going to be 1705 by 960 instead of 1920 by 1080, which is what these are written in, and then, it does the scaling all on its own. Jesus, hello, people. The Noodle, is this one of your runs we were looking at? This is not. No, neither of these. Neither this nor the other one. These are runs that I was downloading from the leaderboard in order to moderate, and I've done this one. This was actually... This is TF's run, right? No, this is Trixie Mix's run. This is Trixie Mix's run, and I've moderated it. The other problem that arose while I was moderating Trixie Mix's run, as well as one of Noah Kraw's runs today, was, in fact, if I close this down, it'll be easier. If I go over here and I say, where is it? Where's the open show and explorer? So if I go into the run log thing, we've just completed the analysis for this run. We'll come back to that and I'll show you how this all works. But one of the things that it does for me to be able to confirm the times that it's giving us here is it generates all of the images into a run log directory that it used to, fire off its splits. So what we want to see, the way that I can use this to confirm that things are happening right, is we want to see we haven't, on the left, we have not found the thing that we're looking for. This is the frame before we find the thing that we're looking for. This is the frame that the program found an image and made a match. This is the frame before it lost the match, and this is the frame on which it lost the match. So, as long as we've got a consistent row of level complete screens, in, out, in, out, in, out, and on both sides of those, not level complete screens, then we're good. then it didn't miss a single beat on any of the frames, and I have a good reason to trust that all of this was done exactly correctly. So I scroll through each of these one at a time and just pass my eyes over and make sure that there's no... What you'll see is, if it's not working right, you'll see a level complete screen here on the way in. And it didn't make a match for the level complete screen. It missed a frame or maybe 2 frames before it made the match. That's one of the more common things. I mean, you see how like similar that image is to that image, at least in color, and then you've got some black right there, and there's a lot of ways that this thing could go wrong if it weren't designed like a drum. And I actually had that issue today because my match percentages were 1% too high, and so it was missing some of the frames on the way in, and I had to calculate both Trixie Mix's and Noah Kraw's runs twice after making, actually 3 times after making 2 adjustments to it. But we've just scrolled the entire thing. We see that it's a consistent, no extra level complete screens on the left, nothing weird going on the right, so all of these times are correct. And it gives us all of the splits and all the information here. In each split, we see what the RTA time of it was, what the IGT time of it was, and what the waste was. In the first level, you haven't had any level complete screen, so there's no waste time, and RTA and IGT are exactly the same. In the second level, there is waste, and here we see half a second was lost to just clicking the next level button and waiting for the computer to load the next level. And so it took, a difference of 0.5 of a second between the RTA and IGT. These things add up pretty significantly, and by the end of these 89 levels, because again, it can't do the 90th split for you, we see that the total waste in this run added up to over a minute. Over a minute worth of time that this person would have been carrying, this runner would have been carrying, and some of that will be down to how quickly they click the next level button, but some of that is out of their hands, unless we're talking about you have to go out and buy a faster computer. And we don't want our category, we don't want our speedrun to be pay to win. We want to judge people on, who's best in the game. So this system allows us to do that. So yeah, there's an analysis for this run, and in fact, I'm going to take these numbers down because I downloaded this to analyze it later. So the RTA for this run is 28 minutes, 24.035, and I'll even note down the frame count, 51,100, I wrote too many ones, 122 frames in total that it analyzed, and the IGT time is 270 milliseconds, or 49,239 frames. I will now have to... In fact, fuck it. This is going to be a slow, long, boring stream, and I think it's kind of interesting. I'd like to share with you how we work. At least how I work for just this basic timing thing. This isn't about, like, run moderation in terms of, is this for real? And this is just how the timing works. So I'll open up my cluster truck moderation thing. Also, this video file that I'm analyzing here is available on the leaderboards today, so it's not like I'm showing anything that I shouldn't be showing. So we go back over to downloads, and this is the run that I want. Before I drag it in, I'm going to delete all of that from whatever I was working on before. Drag this in to Adobe Premiere, and down here in the corner it is processing that, just the audio peaks of it. Once it's done, I could drag it in beforehand, but I usually like to wait until it's done if I'm not being rushy about it. So I've gotten those times, right? First thing that I'm going to do is at the beginning here. Yeah, all right, start recording, blah, 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 go ahead. And is this actually the beginning of the run, sir? Yes, it is. It looks like it is anyway. Sometimes you get, a run that starts early and then there's a reset and they restart. But no, this is the beginning of the run. So what we'll do is we'll find the first frame, and there it is. You guys can't see what I'm seeing in terms of this. Shall I drag this down and screw up my whole work thing? My whole workplace? Yes, I will. I'll do it just for you. I'm going to bring this over, put this up here. If I could just grab a corner, make it a little bit smaller, tuck you up there. So, we've got the first frame of this video. The first frame that you're in level, boom. That's where it starts. Okay, this frame, we don't count that frame. We start counting from there. And now I'm going to go to the end, and in order to test, like an extra little layer of test to make sure that SplitRP is doing its job, perfectly correctly, in addition to checking on the run log, this is level 99. This is the last level that it was able to give me timing for. So we cut again here, and on this space, it'll tell me the duration is 282402. Now that 02 is the number of frames out of a 30 frame per second video, right? We looked at that before, and yes, this is a 30 frame per second video. So this is, again, how much? What are we saying? I'm going to write it down on a sheet here next to it. The RTA is 2824 point, and it's not 02, that's 2 frames. Get my calculator out, 2 divided by 30, 0.067, because I'm going to round it up. So that's 0.067. Now, what did the RTA of this tell me? It said 2824.035, and we're saying 0.067 by this analysis. And I think this comes down to what I mentioned before, which was the, almost floating point error level thing that's going on that I'm realizing is a thing in SplitRP. If I go up to the beginning of this run where it started the analysis, it immediately reports what it's analyzing and at what rate. And it says that it's a 30.000553598114442 frame per second video. Some of that may be accurate and correct, but some of that is definitely floating point. Maybe it is a 30.00055, but that's floating point error. And I think that the difference that I'm getting in RTA values is based down to this floating point error that shouldn't be there. Using floating instead of double. Shaking my head. Hello, Noah. Welcome to the Jesus. Since you got here, just packed up the chat. I didn't even look over. Yeah, the only problem is I didn't select it to be a float value. I mean, I did, didn't I? But it has to be a float value. I just need to round it off or something. But as you know, in Python, there ain't no types. There's no small int. There's no tiny int. There's just int, and in fact, you can't even tell it it's an int and force it to be that. Daddy Pawn, how's it go? Hello, Sergeant Smelly. Congrats for the work, dude. Daymaster. Thank you. This work or the other? Thank you. Let's see. Can you set it up to auto-config using frame 0? I would assume frame 0 of the game will always be the same. No, because, we're operating on recorded video, and you don't know what the hell the first frame of the video is going to be. It could not even be in-game, But there is the possibility of it being able to, auto-configure itself, but that's deep shit. Trying to keep it simple and understandable and work up to the deep shit. Sounds like normal programming. Yes, it does. Noah Cross. So you did my run, right? It handled the 1440p fine. I downloaded from YouTube the 720p version of it so that it would process faster, and it handled it a-okay, just fine. Also the eye tracking. Yeah, it didn't have any problems. I checked in the run log. It did actually, when I first ran it through, it missed a couple of frames, and then I lowered the match percentage, and yeah, I got you your correct time. It's now up. Hey, Pawn, how's it going? Hello, the Leica89. I found out apparently I am a fast next level clicker, 48 seconds in a full game run. Depends on your computer. I've seen, that's sort of right in the average point. Because, this run has 1 minute and 2 seconds lost to it, and that is probably from slow next level clicking. But I think Snakeathon in a full game run loses 36 seconds or something like that. I tend to lose low 50, high 40 seconds. So 48 seconds at a full game run, I think you're probably better than I am at it anyway, at 48 seconds. I think I tend to be in the 50s. Let's see. Wait, that was my run, is it? Your run is sus. Imagine faking a 29-minute run. Using float instead of double. Ah, I've caught up. The code thinking, of course, frame 0 of the game, not the video. That would require sort of the person to say... I mean, basically for moderation, what I've figured out for it, we'll come back to this, but at the beginning, you could just tell it where it is on screen, these two values in, and then it'll work. You have to get those values first. But there's definitely some interesting things that could be done with that, trying to, like, if the moderator set it up on the screen and then hit a button and then an algorithm kicked in that tried to find, you know, the embedded, just match the level complete screen. Yeah, that's absolutely, you know, that's cool. That's deep shit, though. We got to build up to that deep shit if we ever do, in fact. Run point, use math.floor in Python, if I recall correctly. What's that going to give me? Because I do want to preserve at least 2 decimal points on this. Yeah, floor would give me... That's the weird thing, isn't it? Like, between different programming languages, floor behaves differently. Like, there's a compromise in whether to round up or round down. And every programming language has to actually just sort of decide which compromise to make in how their functions operate, like in terms of splitting things in the middle, because mathematically it's better to do it this way in this circumstance, better to do it this way in that circumstance, and a lot of programmers don't think about it or even know about it, and so they got to pick like the one that's going to work for most people most of the time, and then let the, you know, out cases have to look some shit up on Stack Overflow and find out why nothing's working. This is making me want a speedrun cluster truck. Is it? Yeah, the programming and the Python and the Adobe Premiere Pro. This is fun. Floor rounds down, seal rounds up. There's more to it though with Python, Noah. I'm pretty sure. Like the round up, round down thing. I swear there's something, you know, that it doesn't just follow the rule of if it goes over 0.5, then you round up. You know, there's something. It might even randomly, I can't remember what it is, but I've looked into it before, and I think it is Python that has a very specific rule about rounding. Although floor maybe probably just does exactly that, and maybe like round as a function is the one that's got these weird considerations. It's very interesting, though, to look into it. What about a coding speedrun? I guess we're on one, and I'm very slow at it. Floor just does it straight down, seal straight up. Oh, yeah, right. Sure. I was thinking about rounding and stuff like that. But it's interesting to look into. Python, rounding, why does it work the way it does? You just think, well, of course, 2.5, then, you know, it's a 3. And if it's 2.499999999, well, then it's a 2. It's interesting. It's very interesting. I can't remember what it is, so it ain't that interesting, apparently. Yeah, so this is 30 frames per second, and I think that's the reason we got this slight disparity in our different results, because again, here we're saying the RTA is 2824.035, and in program over here, we're saying it's 2824.067. Now I can do something from which I can't really come back, because it fucks everything up here. I'll try and remember to do it in a minute, and we'll do the other end of this. So now we've compared the two of them, and I've written down the difference. If I now go to coming into level 9, first frame that isn't the level complete screen is where we're going to start. So we mark that, and then I'm going to find the place where this speedrun actually ends, and this runner actually is going around. They're not doing the trick.
Go, pre-30.
Oh, they did the trick? No, they didn't. Because there were lasers down there, weren't there? Yeah. So this runner actually went around twice, right? Yep, this runner went around twice, as opposed to doing the trick, didn't know the trick. I think it's 7-month-old or something like that, but in any case. So, we find the first frame on which we get upward velocity. There we go. So that's the first frame, I'm going to mark it there. And that's, now I can get the duration from here to here, and this will give me the IGT of just the final level, which is, so I'm going to do a plus 116.1 What did you say it was? Tell me again. 17 frames. 17 divided by 30, so that's 0.567. So, now what I can do to get the actual IGT time is take the IGT time that SplitRP gave us, 2721.270, and I can add, so let's start with just the milliseconds, 270 plus 567, and that'll be 837 milliseconds. Then we'll do 16 plus 21, and that'll give us the seconds, 37. And then we'll add the 1 and the 27. Hang on, let me just do 1 plus 27. Shit, 28? How's that can't... really? Is that right? It's 27 plus the 1, and then the 21 and the 16, and yeah, that looks right. I've got a lot of numbers on my page, so I'm making sure I'm reading the right ones. So, the actual IGT of this run is showing 2837.837. The last thing that I'll do, not the last thing, but the last thing I'll do now that I've got the end marked is I'll take these extra cuts out that I put in the middle, and I'll hover it one more time, and this will give us the RTA time, which is 29:43, and it's 13 frames. 13 divided by 30 is 0.433. So, we've got IGT, and we've got RTA in full now for this run, and I can update it with both of them. Now, what I wanted to do, though... Yeah, what I wanted to do was I'm going to put those cuts back in, and I'm going to switch this over to telling me, instead of 30 frames per second time code, I'm going to tell it frames. The reason I didn't already do this is because I can't get it back into 30 frame per second time code after I do this. I don't know where, if there's a button in this piece of shit suite by Adobe, I don't know where it is. This is 2015. I paid them good money at the time for this, and then they kept fucking the program up worse and worse, and I decided to just keep this one. But so, switch it over to frames, and then when I hover this, it'll tell me 51,122 frames is what it counted, and that's exactly what SplitRP counted as well. So, yes, the difference in our time between the 0.035 millisecond that SplitRP holds and the 0.067 millisecond that I get out of Premiere is gotta be down to that floating point error. It's, you know, adding a little bit extra on because it doesn't consider it a 30.00, a 30.00, it considers it a 30.000555137, whatever it is. So you can see, like, the timing that I'm doing right now by IGT, still slightly off. But it's, you know, off by a couple hundredths of a second, and it's the best that we've got right now until I fix this error today. And we've done a lot of runs by it, so, you know. If it becomes an issue, in the, like, I will fix it, and then we'll go forward with a better version of the program where we're not making that error, but, you know, we're going to make that error one more time today. My motto is KISS. Keep it simple, stupid. You could also use the truncate function and just cut off the extra digits. That's probably a good way to do it. Treat it like a string, even, and just, you know, throw it off and then convert it back to a float or whatever. Hey, you're the guy that got raided, right? Who? Oh, Mattermaker, yes. Mattermaker. Mattermaker? Muttermakaken. McClavenhoff. McLeod. How's it going? Alright. Isn't 30 frames per second video actually 29.97? It's, whatever it is, it is. Some of it is 29.97, some of it is actually 30.00. AJ... I've recently moderated AJ213, another moderator's run. His are 30.01, and that's not a floating point error. That's right there. So it's different, you know, depending on the computer, depending on the setup and encoding and all that kind of stuff. And by the time we get the video, it's been recorded on somebody's computer, presumably with OBS, but not necessarily. And then potentially edited in, you know, some software and then rendered again, and what was that software and what was it considering 30 frames per second, and then uploaded to YouTube, and how did YouTube handle it, and was it variable frame rate video when it came into YouTube, and if it did, then that's why you would end up with like a 30.01 thing, because when YouTube converts it to a constant frame rate video, maybe they add on a little, they fudge things in order to make, so it's complicated. You just trust whatever the video file declares itself to be. and then we build off of that. But that is how you do run moderation using SplitRP in ClusterTruck. You run the program from the beginning to the conclusion of world 9.9, and then you do 9.10 by hand, and then you add it on in order to get the proper numbers. And now I've got those for whatever this run is. I don't even know whose run this is that I was downloading. But we've done it. I did it. It's done. So save that. Close Premiere Pro. I don't think we'll need that again. Did I close down SplitRP? I did. Okay. So what are we doing here today? I don't know. We're 37 minutes in and I'm still just like explaining things and stuff, whatnot. What I did today was the thing that got me up to do this was I went into SplitRP over here, and what I ended up adding to my code, how much room do I have on screen before you guys can't really see stuff? You don't need to see the console that much, do you? So under video, which is what kicks in when I open up the video analysis tool in SplitRP, this is all I really had to add. I mean, I had to add something to the clustertruck.rp file to translate and rescale values. Right now they're commented out. If I needed them, I could put them in and do a thing with them. And because I did that in file handling, I need to have a section that pulls in those values from that file. So, but that's just basic, you know, if you're going to add something to a config file, then you got to know what to look for and you know, do some handling of it. In the most literal sense. But in terms of like the code that actually made it work, I already had all the code here. So what did I actually end up adding in? Print res, we can take that out because that was while I was testing it. I added this in. Res, okay, which is the resolution of the video, is either equal to np.shape frame 1::1. I think we all know what that is. Or, okay, so np.shape frame, this is the shape of the array that contains the first frame in the video file, because the size of that array is going to be the resolution. So this would be, you know, in a 1920 by 1080, it would be, I believe it would be 1080 on the first axis, then 1920, and then 3 if it's color, would be those things. So np.shape.frame, or np.shape frame gets me the first frame, it gets the shape of that frame, and then it reverses it and takes off the end, because I don't want the 3 value. And I also don't want the height to be first, which is just how video files are, at least through Python. They come in with the height first. So I want it 1920 by 1080 instead of 1080 by 1920. It's just easier to keep in my head. So that's that. Resolution will be equal to what's in the video, unless otherwise specified by that value that I put in the config file, which is stored under vidfile.rescale values. In which case, if there are rescale values, then it overrides what the shape of the frame is and sets the resolution to be that. Then I throw it to my vidfile.convert, which goes through, it's a function that I had already written that was handling the idea of if we're processing a 720p video, but all my patterns are drawn up at 1080, it just does the resizing. That was a full-featured, you know, function and algorithm that I wrote, thinking of everything ahead of time. So all I really had to do was, you know, invoke it in the right way, feeding it the right information by resolution, while also doing this. I had to add the translation to the master crop. And that's it. Like, the number of lines, this was basically already here, this res, and then adding it so that it does the other one in the other case and uses the rescale values. That and these 2 lines basically was all that needed to be added to make this work. you know, in addition to the shit that needs to go into the config file, so it's a place for you to put it, and then the file handling to get it out of that. That's all I needed, 3 lines. You guys are talking, Cluster Truck? All right, keep yourself busy since I'm over here, you know, chatting about, I'm just deep into the code. I got gifted an SM7B, so my Fifine is now collecting dust. Oh, is it? Does your SM7B sound this good? Does your Fifine sound more like this? Is that how your Fifine sounds? Never did make that video, did I? About how to make it sound like this. You know, eventually. But so that's what I did today in order to be able to process these runs that have the video embedded in them, and that got me thinking. It got me thinking about maybe coming at SplitRP again, and coming at it exclusively from the perspective of I want to make a video moderation tool, as opposed to I want to make an auto splitter that you can run live, and that as an afterthought can be a video analysis tool, which is what it is now. So, if I were to do that, and let me introduce you to a gift from Lady Pawn, I got a drawing tablet. I got a nice little drawing tablet that I haven't configured appropriately yet, and it's not, sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't in GIMP, is what it's like. The first time I set it up, I had it going good, and then now it's, I don't know. But so I've got an MK10 tablet. I don't know what the company is. They're all pretty much the same out. The MK10 by Gaomon. 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 Lady Pawn, when did that quit pretending? Everybody comes in and they're like, what? Who? There's a woman that puts up with your company? Yes. Don't look into it too hard, you know? Set the size to something like that, and since when? It's been like 4 or 5 months or something at this point. But so yeah, I got a tablet here that I can draw on, and that's just so is it working? It's working now. I think the program needs to be started up after the drivers, and I just got it's when I plug it in, and then when I get the drivers running, and then I open GIMP, and then it seems to work. So okay. Listen, I haven't been around much, okay? Yeah, I noticed, Mr. Moderator. So, is the question. I had an idea. I had a thought about this. And I don't know if this is something that I actually need the tablet for, but here I am pulling out the tablet anyway, huh? So, here's my premise, all right? Let's say we got a video file. In fact, just boop, boop. We got a video file, and in that video file, you know, it's basically represented as a whole bunch of pixels. So we've got like a grid of the different colors and everything like that, and, you know, nobody can draw a line horizontally as well as they can vertically. And then, so each of these are pixels. Right now, what SplitRP does is it takes a certain section of the pixels, and it looks specifically at them because you've told it to look at them. So it pulls that out. Ooh, that one looks good. It pulls that out. And then it's looking at these pixels specifically. And in these pixels specifically, what are we doing here? We've got a comparison image. So we've actually got, you know, another image. Can I just put one, like, there's another one behind here? I did that very poorly. There's another image back then. There. So we got that, and then we got this one coming in, and there's another one. I'll do it. It's the opposite now. It's, ooh, your 3D is, your perspective is just all fucked up. So there's another one back here. So it's comparing the two of them. And how it's doing that is it's taking the value of, say, this pixel, and it's subtracting it from the value of the one in back. So the 2 pixels, you know, get combined, and it gives us an absolute differential, which is a non-negative number, non-negative representation. Is that what I'm going for there? I believe it's a non-negative representation. which means if we had, let's say, a 255, let's say this is just grayscale. So 0 would be black, 255 would be white. If we had 255 in one image, and then in the other image we had 255, it subtracts the two of them and gets a nice big 0. So that means it's a perfect match. If these two numbers are different, then it subtracts them and it tells us the difference between them, and it doesn't matter whether or not the one, if it were like 128 and then this one were 255, it doesn't matter if you're subtracting this from that because it's an absolute. It doesn't have a negative value to it. It's going to be 127. So that tells us like the amount of difference in those pixels. We do that across every pixel in there. And it's not a function that I've written to do it one at a time, pixel by pixel. It's a natural, it's a built-in part of, the very well-worn library OpenCV, maybe? Maybe it's one of the libraries that I use. So I just tell it to give me an absolute differential between these two tables, which is what the image ends up being represented as, two arrays, basically. And two lists in Python speak. Yeah. But so we get that, and then what I've got is basically a map of the differences. If I drew that image out, I'm not going to draw that image out, but I have in the past because it's neat to look at. I've got a map of the differences. And wherever it's darker, there's more, or no, wherever it's darker, there's less difference because that's a 0. Wherever it's whiter, that's the maximum difference at 255. So then what we do, I believe, is I just sum the value. What's the drawing for sum? Yeah, that's it. So then I just sum the value of the differences, all of them. Add every single pixel value up in that resulting image map of differences. And then what we have is, a number that we can then divide against the total number of pixels times 255 or so. I can't remember what the math is, but the idea is that there's a maximum of what it could be and what you expect it to be. And so by adding it up and then just dividing it by basically the resolution itself, I can get myself a percentage value that represents, how different it is from the other thing. And because all of this stuff is built-in hardware level math that's just being done by either, onboard CPU coprocessors or GPU coprocessors, it all happens very fast. It was the fastest way that I could figure out how to do it. So all of this math gets us down to a percentage value of how different the area of the image that we're looking at is from what we expect it to be. And using that percentage, I can then, decide whether or not we've hit the level complete screen. I can decide whether we've left the level complete screen. I can decide whether we're on the level select screen or the menu screen beforehand or the pause screen, all those sorts of things. That's how SplitRP works currently. My new idea is to start here again. But what if this operation that we do at the end where we sum up all the values of, where we sum up every single pixel value, we just add them all together and we get a number. What if we just did that? We just did that on both of the two parts of the image that we're looking at. Just add them up and then check and see if they're anything alike. Because if those two numbers are significantly different than one another, then there's no use even doing the differential check. There's no use actually processing it for similarity if we can determine just by adding up all the pixel values, if all the pixel values added up to some big long number and then the pixel values in this other one added up to a much shorter number, then there's no reason to even bother doing the longer process of this and then into this. My question, what we're going to find out today when I actually start programming is that faster? Is that faster? Is it faster? I got a tablet now. Is that faster or is it slower? Does it take as long to add these up as it does to do the differential check and then sum them? Would it be faster? Because if it were faster, now that we're doing video analysis, we don't have to worry about all of this getting done in between, 60 frames per second and having consistent times and things like that. This is video analysis. If we can basically look less focused at each individual frame and dismiss the ones that are definitely not it because there's so much difference between them, then we can avoid doing all of this part. And SplitRP, which on a 720p video right now operates between like 200 and 400 frames per second, I think, we might be able to get that up to like 1,000 frames per second if we're dismissing things that are definitely not matches by a much less specific method. It's an interesting premise. It might turn out that it's not any faster because these things are so optimized. Graphic processing is so optimized. In order to generate the 3D in a game and stuff like that, everything has to be incredibly fast. So will it be faster to do just a sum rather than an absolute differential followed by a sum? I do have to do two sums, two sums and then a comparison of the two, which the comparison of the two is nothing but two sums of giant image files. That's what I want to test today. Which of these methods are faster? And then once we see if we've got good results, maybe we start ripping things out of what SplitRP is right now, which is a dual purpose thing that does both ends. It does live speedrunning if you've got the plugin installed in LiveSplit for it, and it does the video moderation if you hit Alt-V. Maybe no more Alt-V. This just opens up to a moderator tool. That's what I'm on about right now. That's what I'm thinking. When are we getting a beer and catching up, says Noah Crop. Well, I got one. Go. Shoot. I don't drink, but you can. I was gonna. But thanks for your permission. You're the only person I know that uses a drawing tablet like that. I just got it. I don't know what I'm doing with it. Hold shift for ortholinear lines, in Photoshop at least. I don't know anything about GIMP interacting with tablets yet. I barely got it set up the other day. But I have been having fun with it, and I like the fact that I can just draw my thoughts out while we're talking now. Good afternoon, Mr. Palm. What up? Hello, Lord of the Ing. Programming be up, and an experiment soon coming where we test how fast a couple of very basic processes are. NumPy. It might be NumPy that's doing it. It's either OpenCV or NumPy. Some is a Sigma. Could you draw one in chat for me? Are you going to rework the rework? That's what this could turn into. I just don't see myself going forward on SplitRP as both of these things. We don't need it in Cluster Truck now. And where it's most useful and where it does something that nobody else is really doing that I'm aware of is I can make this into a, run moderation tool that is configurable for anybody and everybody's use, It could be the first, I don't know if there is anything else, but I think it would be the first if I did it, a specifically for speedrunner video moderation tool where you can get accurate times out of it. It's an interesting project that definitely grabs my attention more than just carrying on with what I was doing before. Question, does SplitRP run faster on faster PCs? I assume so, yeah. I think it's gotten a little bit faster at processing now that I've upgraded my CPU to the Ryzen 5 30 whatever 100 that I have now and overclocked it. I think it's faster than it was on the Ryzen 7 2700. A Sigma. Oh, hey, there's the Sigma. Thank you. Thank you. I did need to be reminded, too, of what the hell it looks like. But, so, what I want to do is not mess around with SplitRP really at all here. What I want to do is I'll shut this down. I'll shut you down for now. Is there anything else open that, yeah, we'll just get rid of everything in the background there. Keep it nice, make it look pretty. Spread this out for those of us who have a bit of OSD, OCS, OS, OPP. Yeah, you know me. Just spread that out so it's a little bit more even in the frame. And start up a new, file. Can I just do that from up here? No, you can't. So we go over here, we get a new Python file. And this is going to be tested. It's actually speed testing. And what I want to do you want to add the following thing to get? No, not yet. Not ever, actually, because it's a test. Is I want to do this very simple thing that I'm already doing in SplitRP. So if I come back over here and go to the top, yeah, this compare, this public function, don't have a lot of public functions, but this is one of them. So this comparison relies on CV2 and NP. So we need both OpenCV and NumPy, which apparently I'm not importing there. I must import it earlier in the load cycle. So NumPy and CV2, and bring those over. Yep, don't need you. Okay, so composite equals CV2.absdiff, absolute difference between image 1 and image 2. I told you it was simple. I drew all of it out, and there it is in just a couple of lines. We pull an absolute difference, which creates sort of a map of the differences in, a new image is essentially what you're getting out of that. And then we take the shape of that map, np shape.composite, pixel height, width, color, channels. That really shouldn't be necessary. I think that was something that I was doing for the sake of color channels, but we'll come to it. Then the color channels equals 1 if length of shape is equal to 2, else shape 2. Okay, so color channels is equal to the shape, is equal to the number of channels if there is a third dimension to the array, basically. If it's 1920 by 1080 by 3 array, then it's got color channels. But if it's just one value, then it'll just be a 19 by 20 thing. It won't be 1920 by 1. So that's to do that. And then the depth I was setting manually. I wanted to figure out what I needed to do in order to resolve the color depth, automatically. But I couldn't figure it out, 255 is one way that things are represented, but there are files that represent the colors based on a negative 1 to 1 system, or a 0 to 1 system, so it's something that you'd have to check for if it mattered. It hasn't mattered yet. Every image is color that I've put into it. And every image after my processing is operating on a 255 scale. There's a number of different ways that colors are represented in different, formats of images. And then this is the whole algorithm right there. All this stuff this is the process that probably eats up some time getting the absolute difference between two images. And then this is just defining variables, and then boom, the similarity is equal to 100 times 1 minus np.sum composite. So we're just adding up all of the values that were in composite, divided by the depth, divided by, and that's, operation that happens in its own side. And so that's the numerator. All of that becomes the numerator over this denominator of the shape 0 times the shape 1. So that's the resolution, 1920 times 1080 in a 1920 by 1080 image, times the number of color channels. So, yeah. That's the entire, math that it takes to do this comparison. It's very, very simple. Try wrapping your head around 11 dimensions. I still haven't gotten past 8 yet. I can understand 8. 9 is too much. Right, 10, you're here too. Let's just scroll up so I can see. Overall, you can analyze no ability segments IGT live. Mainly forest and wind. What? Desert to see if I beat AJ's run in IGT. Why didn't I do IGT for you? I did do IGT for you. Oh, you wanted me to do AJ's IGT. And I can now. You're right, because I've just fixed the program with that earlier today. I've just given the program the ability to do that. Add a benchmarking tool into SplitRP. These are all things that actually could happen if I got into it and started developing it again. Gotta love third dimensions, making everything have a third axis and complicated. That's why I prefer the quantum mechanical theory of the holographic universe. I mean, it just simplifies everything to flat. And hello, Rai. I haven't got that far in my Java course. All I know is that more dimensions equal more complicated, indeed. I just looked at my phone the whole time. Sorry, I struggle remembering how to set ints properly. Don't we all? That's why I write in Python. I never have to tell it what it is. It just guesses, and that never becomes an issue. Is this number an integer, a float, or a string? I'm going to say it's a string. No. I'm trying to do math on it. You're concatenating. Stop it. But, so, in this file, we're going to reduce everything that's going on here down to the simplest, like, representational version of it that we can to try and compare these two methods. The one where we get the absolute difference, and then we sum that difference, and from that sum can derive a percentage, match. So we'll even take out the final little math of generating the similarity there, because we don't need the percentage for this. We want to see fundamentally how long it takes to do these functions. That'll be one of them. The other one will be if I take two images and I just sum them up, just sum both of them, and then compare the two values, just like subtract the sum of one from the other sum, get the amount, and then, again, we don't need this for this, so we won't do it now, but if we wanted the percentage, we'd just say, well, what's the maximum possible value of this in its resolution based on the depth, like we're doing in that. And then we would, compare, we'll just do a little bit of math in order to figure out how close those two numbers are to one another. And we could do that potentially by any one of the color channels individually. We could grayscale it first. There's a lot of different little tweaks to it. But we could look at just the red channel and see, does the red channel match? Yeah, okay, well then do the blue channel. Does the blue channel match? Yeah, okay, well then do the green channel. The green channel is completely different? Oh, well then throw it away. We don't need it. It all depends on what runs faster. Absolute differential or sum. And we will find that out after this live stream break, because we've been here for an hour, and I want to step away and get my head about me. We've done a lot of stuff in this hour that wasn't productive at all. It actually was productive. I moderated a run. I got IGT times for a run that I needed to get live on stream here. But we're going to take a little bit of a break so that I can get my wits about me and figure out how it is that we're going to do this little test here. I've got ideas already, but I want to step away and get a refresher, go take a pee, grab a drink, grab a snack, meet me back here in 7 minutes for Pawn is Not Out. Hello, I am the Ronan Born, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Born live stream here on twitch.tv/Ronan Born. We're doing something exciting today. We're coding. I'm going to be typing code into that window and then running it, and the results will come out down here. Doesn't that sound like fun? Let's do it. I'm going to need this a little bit higher for the results so that we can all read them when it does start coming in for us. Let's get rid of the stuff in the background there. Okay, so what we want to do is step one of this test we're going to be running. In case you're just tuning in, what we're going to be testing is which of two image comparison methods is faster. And the one is to take an absolute difference between two images, resulting in basically another image where all of the pixel values contain the difference between those two images. Then summing all of those pixels up, just adding them all together, and taking that divided against the total number of pixels and what their total maximum value could be, and finding out what's the percentage value of that in order to find out what the match is. So that's method one. Method two that I want to test, that got me to thinking about this, is what if we started, before we ran that more complex process, of just summing the two images, each of them, just add all of their pixels individually together, get two different numbers, and then see how big of a difference there is between those two numbers. And that would be, if it's a faster process, a quick way of determining whether or not this image is even something that we should run the slower process on. And since most of the images are going to be disqualified during a speed run, during a video analysis of a speed run, that means we could save a lot of time waiting for the processing to be done if that was how we did it. So that's what we're going to do today. And step one, really, all this other stuff that I've done right now is we've got to load an image in. And it's been so long since I worked on this massive project that I don't even remember how I load images at one point, and how and where and why would I be loaded. Like, I need to load an image from a file. That's going to be the easiest way to do it. Yeah. Hell of a time for Milgrips to gift 10 subs for a total of 39 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Milgrips, for welcoming 10 new people to the Big Dick Club. Well, not necessarily new, maybe welcome back to the Big Dick Club, some of you. So Ras is 29, the New Doll, Aurora So-and-so, Togertius, Box of Pins, My Squids, Andy Rogie, Diff Bros, Rob Job 37, and Chungy Boy. Welcome all to the Big Dick Club. You will be receiving some code is what you'll be receiving today. But maybe in the mail, you'll get some dick later. Big? You know, it's a matter of perception. But some amount of dick. Thanks for the gifted. So yes. You just call me Noodle. Not the New Doll. All right. Noodle. I'll try to remember that. We stay big. We were big before we started. We stay big. So this will probably be happening in file handling. I just want to borrow the code that I've already written. That's going to keep coming. Why did I put this right over my face? I guess I thought it was funny at some point. That, you know, just right in my... I like things right up in my... I'm going to finish this. With the loading in of the images, so file access, blibbity blah, flibbity flu, hibbity he, shibbity shoo, shibbity sha, flibbity flow. Build test, I think it's going to be, build test should probably be it. Or actually, no, the test will be built, the pack will be built. Does it all happen in the conversion? Test.loadImages. I do have a function somewhere, and here it is, load images. So, image equals cv2.imread resource path file. Yes. There's a conversion going on there. And then there's resizing happening that probably we will get around to it. And then there's the area, cropping it down. And then we've got the processing image with the color spec, the resize, and the crop area. Those are all. So this should do. And we might even want to go ahead and grab that show image, because that'll be nice to have in our pocket. So we're already importing OpenCV, which is the library that'll be doing this for us. Let's load some of this stuff up. So, im read resource path file. Resource path. Is that actually a thing? os.path, control F, resource path, yes. And you'll be using the os path thing. Okay. So it's just, there's a lot of little this and that's that gotta come in. So you first, and then the other one while I'm here. It's just import os.path. And these are potentially not necessary, but it does, I guess it makes it more friendly across different operating systems if you're invoking the os.path and then using whatever method is defined by the operating system. So define resource path, relative path, and then it returns all of that stuff. And I put it all on one line like you're not supposed to do in Python. It's a one-line function. Let it be a one-line function. So now we have the resource path thing. File. Yeah, actually. I mean, yeah, we'll do that. We'll do image 1. And up here we'll set image 1 equal to and something. So I need an image. Let's do let's do an image from cluster truck. Let's do an actual image from cluster truck, which I can get just by popping you up. Are you 1080? You're not 1080. Give me one that's 1080.
This is me a couple minutes after I did this speedrun. I just want to say that this was one of my very last speedruns of the night, and I was just about at my wit's end, so I was not expecting to be using this footage, so I will seem like a lunatic. Please bear with me. Thank you.
Mattermacher. This is, I recently analyzed this one. This'll die. It'll be a reset. Let's take this, I guess. What the hell? Doesn't really matter, does it, what image we use. And it's going to be a screen cap anyway. Don't know why the goddamn... This just happens sometimes, that the bar at the bottom of Windows, it just stays up. There we go! Get rid of it. Print screen. Sometimes it gets stuck there and you just can't get rid of the damn thing. So we'll do that. We will edit, paste as new image. And then I will save this as... JPEG? PNG? What am I actually using for the images here? Cluster truck? I'm using PNGs. We'll use PNGs. So we'll save this as to, well, son of a bitch. This is silly. I could just use images that I've already got, but I've gone down this path now, so here we are. Welcome to it. I could use any of those images that are just in the images there, couldn't I? Give me... Have I already got you open? Doesn't show and explore, and then nope. You take the path back over to here. SplitRP, and we'll just save this as mattermacher.png. Given file name cannot be used for saving. Sorry. Oh, I'm not. I need to export. I'm saving, and I meant to export. File, export, and son of a biscuit, Mother Teresa. Back over here, grab the path thing again. Thank you. I just don't want to have to navigate to it. You know, it's deep in a place that I don't usually go. How am I supposed to say this, Matt? PNG. Yep. Maximum. All the data, all the information. Thank you very much. And that'll do it. So image 1 is now equal to, again, I need that resource path, so you. In fact, we're running it in this directory, so I should just be able to get away with .png. Hey, don't embarrass me. Why not? I don't know. Mattermacher? Mattermacher. Mattermacher? Does that sound good? Mattermacher? The way I've been saying it, right? Mattermacher. So this will load the image in. Good enough. All right. And then this would be a conversion from the blue-green-red to blue-green-red alpha space. I'm giving it an alpha channel even if it doesn't have it for some reason. There's a whole bunch of different, like, I think OpenCV assumes a blue, green, red setup, and so it lays it out that way, and then NumPy does red, green, blue, or one of them or the other. So it's basically I had to pick one and go with it. And then there were also considerations for the alpha channel, and I can't remember why I've done it, but I'll just stick with it for now. We shouldn't need any of this stuff for the earliest test. We're just loading the image in, and you know what? We'll call this image 1 path, because that's more correct. So image 1 path. And then image 1, image 1, then go down, thank you. So for the compare images, I'm going to need another image. Let's not, if I do images, cluster truck, and base that against, cell1.png. Because that'll be the same image except without Mattermacher in there. So image 2, imread, image 1 path, give me image 2 path is equal to, and this is going to be images slash cluster truck slash cell1.png, maybe. I could double check on that actually I could double check on that in my clustertruck.rp file. How did I? Well, I defined it up here, didn't I? Image directory cluster truck, and then are you image or images? Images. Maybe we get lucky. I'll just go with that for now. So image 1 is going to use you load that in, use image 1, load that in, use image 2. And we've got this function here. I don't really want this to be a function for the sake of this test. So I'm going to do that, and we're going to get rid of everything that doesn't need to be here. So composite, we want to do the absolute difference, absolutely. Getting the shape is something that can happen before we get started, right? We can just get the shape of one of the images. Although the absolute comparison, that would need to happen. They should have already resolved themselves to be the same. So yeah, we're gonna do that ahead of time. So part of the initialization, and in fact I might end up using this stuff later. So part of the initialization, shape is equal to np.shape of, we'll just say image 1. Okay, so now we've got the shape for later. Color channels equal 1 if length shape equals 2, else shape 2. Let's just define color channels is equal to, they're both colors, so it's gonna be shape 2. Okay, initialization, we don't want this, we're gonna wrap all this in a test that runs, you know, and gives us an idea of how quickly it can do it, so we don't want to be doing anything that's unnecessary while we're doing it. Depth will be equal to 255, sure. Can be set up here. And then the similarity doesn't even really need to be processed for this, but it shouldn't slow it down really to do it. Sorry, what's your complaint? Your complaint is that it's the end of the file and you want an extra line break. Yeah. I think I'll leave the similarity thing in. So this is the part that we want to wrap in something that's going to test it. My thought is to import time. Everybody needs time in their life. Import time dot time. Import time. Do I do this like import time as time from time dot time? Is that how I do it? It's very likely that I do. If we look at the top of this file, we've already imported time somewhere. If we look at the top of this one, we don't have time imported. GUIable. You import time. From time, import time as time. Indeed. So, from time, import time as time. So my thought is to, at the beginning of this, also as part of the initialization, start is equal to time, dot, I guess it's just going to be time, yeah? Because I've done from time as time in time with time. with time as time, from time, for time, is equal to time. So start will be time. We'll actually have that aligned down because these are pre-initializations, and then this is initialization. Start equals time, and then while time, or rather while start is start minus time. Be the higher one though. You want the current time minus start is less than 1. It doesn't mean that there's a calculation going on every time, but it will have the same calculation running for both of them. Do these things. And then each time that we do this, I'm going to have a counter that's going to increment. We don't want to define that counter every time, so the abs diff count equal to 0, and then abs diff count plus equal to 1. So it will increment each time that it does it, and it will do this for exactly 1 second is the idea, and then at the end we will print out the abs diff count abs diff count, and that will tell us how many times it did it. And just so that we can have some fun with it, we'll have it be f, like so, and actually it'll be like that. It'll be like here, count, and that side of things. Absolute difference test conducted times. Just to give us something to look at. Time is time as time in time. For time with time. Print f absolute difference. So I'm pretty sure that it's something. There's a lot of things broken in here, but if I just right click it and run it, what's my first error? No error. It did it 79 times across a second, presuming there actually was no error. Okay. So it processed the entire image with all of its color channels. We haven't stripped its color channels away, which means that it's 1920 times 1080, just so that we have, everybody here has an idea of how many things were just done there. It was 1920, times 1080 times 3 channels. 6,220,800 pixels. And that's one image times 2. 12,441,600 pixels were just evaluated times 79. 982,886,400 pixels were evaluated across that second. And that's without counting the fact that then we summed it. But you get the point. 79 is actually not that much. That's not that great, but it is a full color 1080 image. So okay. Fair enough. That's our first test. Now we want to test it the other way that I was thinking about doing this. So how do I do this? It would be we want to sum them. So what do I want to call this? Image one sum is equal to np.sum, not sub, we've already got all 10 subs from Milgrips. Thank you very much. We don't need any more of that. np.sum, everything that's in image 1, right? And then image 2 sum is equal to np.sum of image 2. And then, since we do have the, like, similarity thing going on here, I don't know what this formula is going to be. But what we're doing there is we've got two values that will have they'll just be big integer numbers of all of the data having been added up. So in order to get some measure of similarity from those, we want shape 0 times shape 1 times color channels. That is definitely going to be the denominator. We've already got these two sums. Is it just going to be them subtracted against one another? I honestly don't know, but it's going to be something like that. So image 1 sum minus, what's your problem here? Don't pay attention to it, Pawn, it'll just slow you down. Actually, we want the absolute difference, but image 1 sum minus image 2 sum, and it'll be that. I don't think we'd want the depth taken out of this. Boy, I can't imagine what it's supposed to be, really. I don't want to think about it either, but it'll be something like this. This is a very quick, basic calculation. Let's have it be an absolute. So 1 minus absolute of image 1 sum. Why are so many of these things underlined red? What is your problem? Unresolved reference, image 1 sum. Why? A billion pixels, says Gisu8. Why is all of these values not... We're out of the while loop. All this stuff has been defined publicly. You're confusing me, sir. Similarity. Redeclared similarity. You know, Sim2. But like, it's fine. We can use the same memory space. I don't care about that. What is this about? You know, I'm opening this, I'm wrapping it in all of the things. Is that the problem? Is there like, I need an extra, or I've got too many? I had too many. It's always that kind of thing. Similarity being reused is fine. And we'll do this again. Okay. One too many closing brackets. Yep. Finally figured that one out. And then print F, and this will be some test conducted that many times. And for the sake of it, can I /n here at the end, just to make sure that we get like an extra space between the two of them? Yeah. In fact, for consistency's sake, you'll both get a line break before you print. Okay. Let's see if that runs. Did that 82 times, did that seem to, they're both the same value, which is curious. Oh, well, because I never actually updated I didn't do the absolute difference count, you dipshit. So absolute difference count there, and then we need to set this, well, that's absolute difference count. We want a different value for it, right? We want, you know, sum count. Yeah. And sum count equal to 0. Try that. They still say the same oh, well, because you didn't print the other one, you dingus. Sum count. Here we go. Finally. Now we're going to get the difference here. Please be faster on the sum. It's a good number anyway. They did give me a good number. Can you believe it? Taking the sum twice is slower than doing an absolute difference between the two images and then doing a sum on the composite image. Wow. Is there anything that I can do about that? Let's take out the similarity thing. I do need you to do a sum here, though, because you would need to do one. But the math for that would be very easy. It would be very light. It wouldn't be but a sum on a, you know, it's a fair bet. I'm going to say similarity is equal to NP sum composite, and all the rest of it is just basic fucking math that a computer doesn't even have to slow down to think about. But I don't know what this will take to actually get this number. Let's do like image one sum. I don't think this is going to change it. Goddamn thing. But we'll image one sum. So, what do we, similarity is equal to image one sum minus image two sum. Fucking, I don't know, just something. You do something. It shouldn't really be a big load. Run it again. I was really hoping that this would be faster, but the summing takes longer. The summing takes longer. Okay, that's test one. That's test one. Test two is going to be shaving off some channels. Now I could just bounce both of them down to grayscale, I suppose. Because I do that with a lot of the things that I do, processing, and then I do all of that kind of thing. But it might be one of the things that I kind of wanted to test. I'm not sure if it would be useful or not. I wanted to test, what if I just took out like just the red channel or something? And that's always complicated because I've done these kinds of tests before and I can never remember how I need to do the array slicing in order to get just one of the channels off. Maybe I just do the grayscaling for now. So, grayscaling, Control F, processing. How do we do that? Grayscale by luminance. It was the best way to do it, apparently. Image is equal to convert color BGR2 to XYZ. And then that. I think that was basically what I needed to do to get it grayscaled on what is a far better and more accurate like grayscale conversion. The luminance to the XYZ color space is very good. It preserves more of the differences that are visual or that are just real in math. I can't remember which one it was, but one of them was not giving me good values that I was able to find contrast between mathematically, and the other one was XYZ for the win. So this would also be something that we could do ahead of time, and we can do image one, CVT color, and then this is the image slicing that I believe will just peel off the luminance value and nothing else. Yeah, because it does convert all of the color space, but peeling that off just gives us that. So we'll do that ahead of time also. So then if I just copy that and change you guys over to image 2, you need to be image 1 up here. Just noticing that now. Image 2, image 2, image 2. Do that ahead of time. This will just be one color channel that it's processing now. If we run it. Okay, tuple index out of range. Oh yes, because we're manually setting the color channels, aren't we? And we've already ripped all of those off. So shape 2, that's why I actually have this in the original. At the top in the compare thing is color channels equal to 1 if length of shape, else if I just would have copied it over instead of being fancy. Now. Okay, what else you got? Composite images into difference map. Well, no. Error, sizes of input, arguments do not match. Yeah, so the two images are of different size now. for some reason, or different, like, depth, I suppose. How do we get there? Because that's supposed to be image 2. Thank you, a guy called by. Hello. Hello, are you glad to see me? I'm fine. Holy shit. Okay, we got something good there. We got something good. Absolute difference test was 143. Sum test was 259. If we strip it down to one channel worth of sums that need to be done instead of summing red, green, and blue channels within an image, suddenly the values flip and we double the speed doing the sum test. Let's run that again. 142, 262. Yeah, and in fact, what I really ought to be doing here, because prints can get in the way and they can slow everything down, is I should be printing at the end of both operations, just in case that's skewing the 262. 143 and 257, run it again. 148 and 262. 151 and 247. It's faster to do the sum if we're working on one channel's worth, which means even if we want to do the color comparison, this is how we do it. Even if we want to do the color comparison, we can be doing grayscale comparisons the whole time. And most of the frames will be disqualified, discredited as this doesn't match anyway. Yeah. And then when it's time to do the better comparison, we can do it based on color and shit, but we can grayscale along all. That's a big fucking grab right there in terms of speed. Why am I Venom Pawn? Hello, King Kozatov. Because I got the beard now? This is good. I was very disheartened to see that it was taking longer to do what I thought was a simpler thing. When we were working with multiple channels, but this could work out pretty good. The other thing that we could do here, because it's a thing that I'm doing in SplitRP currently, is we could make the image smaller. We could resize it. We could scale it down. So image area, we could crop it basically. And I think this is the one that we want for that. Yeah, in fact, I'll just copy you from there. So there's loading it in, color processing, and then image 1 is equal to image 1. And then we got this stuff. Area top to area top plus area height, area left plus area width. So that's just cropping it down. Let's grab some values from the clustertruck.rp file. And let's do level select, since that's what we're looking at. The values for this are as such. So we'll grab those. And so I believe this would then be the left would be the force. Thank you for putting that light bulb right over the number that I need to be able to read. Thank you for that. I'm loving it. So the left, I think, should be the 416. I mean, couldn't I do that? Well, but then you gotta make a fucking dictionary. Just make it simple. Keep it simple, stupid. 416 for left, and then 416 plus the other one. I could do that math ahead of time, but the width should be 670. The height should be the 47. The top should be 470. And 470. Okay. Presuming I did that right. You guys were watching. If I did it wrong, I hope you noticed. Image 2, then. We do it on both of them. Crop it down to a much smaller area that we're looking at, because we don't need to look at the whole thing. And now that's done. So run it again. And it happens a few times more. is the thing. 14,107 times versus 15,088. That's not as big a gap as I would like to see right there. You know. But there is a gap. It is faster. And now it's not. Let's increase the amount of time that both of these run to like 5 seconds each and see if we can't, you know, bake out some of the reset and get a different value thing. Did you play MGSV? Is this a Ligma joke? I don't know what's an MGSV. So 72,135 and 75,244. So it's faster. It's not super faster, but it's faster. Let's bump it up to 10. So this will be 20 seconds. We're gonna set. Well, this is running. It's still good. You know, it's still worth something. Metal Gear Solid 5. You reminded me of Venom Snake because of the beard. I did not, I didn't play, no. I haven't played a Metal Gear game since, you know, on the Nintendo or something. Since little Super Nintendo, probably, since the little footprints in the sand, or in the snow, rather. How much is that? 146,000 versus 147,000. The more often that this is done, you know, the smaller the difference looks is the thing. And what we got to bear in mind is that this process, this analysis, whatever it would be, of the grayscale one, would be done to discard and discredit things that we don't want to bother looking for. So that means that if it does find something that's a close enough match, we're going to run the other one too, you know? I think these processes are benefiting hugely by the fact that they're being asked to be done over and over and over and over again without anything between them, though. You know, GPU kicking in, coprocessors kicking in and being like, oh, we're going to do this a lot? Okay, let's do this a lot then. I mean, the 3D rendering and things like that. So it might be benefiting from that. And when the program is actually running, it's doing a lot of shit and then calling that function and doing something else and then calling that function. I still think it's worth it. I mean, currently, SplitRP runs on a 1080p on a 1080p video on a 1920 by 1080 video at 60 frames per second. It cranks out about 90 to 110 frames per second. It can analyze. So it's basically, you know, it does 1 second's worth of video every second and a half or a little bit more is where it stands right now. And this, I don't know, it might make it so that it's doing 2 or 3 seconds at a time, and that's big, you know. Half a second, if you save a half a second over a process, half a second per second over a process that usually takes 10 minutes, it adds up. I think it's worth it. I think it's interesting anyway. And we've done some testing. We've shown that it is faster. Question is, how well will it integrate into what already goes on in SplitRP? And could we get to something today that actually integrates it? It's a big ask, because SplitRP is a big, complicated program with a lot of shit going on, and it's hard to just delve in, grab the wires, and rewire them. But that is what I got on board for today, and that's kind of what I want to do. I'm going to drag you back down, and would love to have input or guidance, if anybody knows. I actually pulled this up beforehand. What I want to do right now is I want to basically leave this copy of SplitRP in the state that it's in, because I'm going to start ripping shit out and putting some new stuff in. So I presume the way that I would do that would be to make a new branch. But I don't know how to do that from within PyCharm. So if you have experience with PyCharm, let me know. Otherwise, we're reading this together. Create a new branch from current branch. And the branches pop up. Choose new branch, or right-click the current branch in the branches pane of the Get Tool window and choose new branch. I presume that a new branch will get done what I want to do, and leave it in a state where if I decide that this is worth something, then I could update Git with it when I get to it. GitHub. So, where's my... It's VCS and Git, I'm guessing, branches, and new branch name. We're talking like this is V3. This is V3 invalid name for branch. Then this would be, what I'm committing to here would be a video analyzer exclusively, turning it into a full-on moderation tool. Video, it's got to be one word, video moderation tool. All right. All right, so that's a new branch that's been created. Version control. I presume I'm operating in version control now. That would be what would run right now. So how do I know what branch I'm working on at any given time? I don't deal with GitHub that much. Like I know how to click up here and send it when I'm ready. I can commit. That's basically all I know, and all I really care about. Distributions, SplitRP, DCLTK. I don't know what any of this stuff is. That's not. Nope. It's project. That's not anything that I know anything about. Version control. Yeah, default change list on version files. Where we at? Change lists, group by, ignored, expand all. Sure. You automatically checked out the branch, so you're on the new branch. Okay, I'm on the new branch. If I wanted to switch between them, if I went back to Get and I said branches, we've got master, we've got rebuild, and video moderation tool. If I click on you, rename, no. Okay, so video moderation tool. That's what we're in right now. If I click rebuild, checkout. So that's what the checkout is go to it. So we're in that branch, is what appears to be the state. So we shouldn't need speed testing, but we'll keep it around ksp.rp. Oh, that's right. I made a file for potentially making KSP work. You're not updated with it. You can stay open. Pretty sure everything can stay open here. Yeah. All right. Who's ready to rip some shit out and throw it away? Checkout means switch. Okay, good. Thank you, Shadow Dragon HD. It's good to have somebody here who knows a damn thing about PyCharm or GitHub or whatever it is that I need to know about and don't, which is kind of all of it. So... yeah, in terms of like ripping shit out and whatnot, I'm looking at, as soon as I looked at this, the compare function, it's right there, it's sitting in front of me. I build a second compare function, or I could try and like make it so that this compare function in and of itself is smart. And then I don't have to change as much about the code. Smart enough to know to like try this, and then if this, don't do it. That makes sense. I call for a comparison between image 1 and image 2. And then it runs the first test to see if it's worth testing. And if it's not, then, See, but this comparison test isn't doing that kind of analysis. It's just returning us a percentage value, and then we've got our own percentages, you know, somewhere else stated. And we're not handing this function the similarity. It's a pure public function that just does a thing and gives us a value back. Where do I call compare? So in the multitest, let's just start yanking things out. Yeah? Yeah? What I could first and foremost get down to is, well, self.live run, do this stuff. Self VA win, video analyzer self, VA win main loop, and then that gets everything kicked off. So if I pulled you out of there, and then down here where I tell it to run, engine.run, well, I'll tell you what, I could just leave you in there for the sake of keeping that as it is, and then just there. None of that needs to be here. If this is going to be the part that's committed to just video analysis, then doesn't need to do any of those things. Now, do I have two different analyze things anymore? Or did I finally combine them? I think I combined them. I had two different analyses, depending on which mode it was running in, and I think I managed to make it generic enough that I only needed one. Yes, it looks like I did. So then this is the analyze function, this is the multitest function. Send, reset, that's all shit for like communicating with live split. We're not going to do that anymore. So send queue, self.send queue, livesplit.send. If it's not, well, the thing is, am I using the send queue? Because I built all of this on top. Am I using the send queue to populate what the video analysis tool does? Go down to analyze and see what happens when we get a match. Self.send queue equals self.curpack match send, runtimer stop. This adds the cursors. We got 7 matches for the send queue. If self.live run, that's not going to be in here anymore. Where am I storing the data is the thing. Through these, the actions and things like that. Yeah, I think we can get rid of all of the send queue stuff. I'm going to try. I just need to start ripping out. Is this Python, says Cluter Archring? It is indeed. And this is a rebuild of a program that I started writing a year and a half, 2 years ago at this point, it feels like. So send queue stuff, if self.live run, no such thing anymore. You're all gone. Yeah, because this is all going to be video moderation. Self.cycle is false, self.log, log event, sure. If self.live run, nope, it's never a live run. Never a live run anymore. Yep, you're gone as well. Okay, self.live run. None? Okay. It's already some stuff ripped out. This stuff I don't really want to mess with. This is the engine. This is the heart of the beating heart of the whole program is this and this. So I want to leave it alone. That run is just going to run that. Really, what we should do... Can I do this? Could I put you in there? Path, start, end, none. So you need a path. How was I starting that up before then? Because nothing's calling video now, right? Yeah, just the one match. So this was my idea, was engine.video, and then, but I'm supposed to have a path in there. If I don't give you a path, you're not gonna, here's a path, there you go. You like it? You like your path? Cool. I'm gonna click run on this thing and see how it breaks. It didn't break. It didn't break. Open, 720 test video, analyze. Okay. That's problematic. Whatever just happened there. Did you call yourself? Is that what happened? VA win. Does somebody call video? No, they don't, because I just did that. Now there's two matches, so we call that. Why would you... Let's start it back up. File, open. This file. I click the analyze button. And then I get this, which is another version of the window. So it's spawning itself again. In the UI, when I click File Open, so video, self.screenLoad video. No, that's screen load video. I'm looking for self.engine video, self.screen file name, self.mark, and self.mark out. So, yeah, I can't initialize this at the same time. I mean, it's fine. I can just put it down here, right? Well, then it wouldn't be inside the object, the class of the previous thing. Okay, I'll tell you what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go back to engine.run. We're gonna put run back in. We're gonna move these things back up there. I guess that's what we're doing, because it just happens to be built that way for now. File, open. Test, analyze. And she still seems to be working after ripping out, you know, a fair whack of that stuff. Curious to know whether I need the timers. I built a class, a timer class, and I'm not sure if it's needed for keeping track of, you know, the time between these splices or not. Because the timers are actually, you know, timing things based on time. And this is based on, you know, frame counts between them. So I wonder if I don't actually require all the timers that I'm keeping. I mean, I'm using that information down here. But if you look at the information that's down here, and let me just, like, bring this up so you're not looking past my head to see it. The information that's down here, you'll note that, like, these times are wrong, right? It's because we're doing a video analysis as opposed to running it live. If we were running it live, which is no longer going to be a feature of this version, then this would show us the time, the actual time while we were running. But the, you know, time that we care about is actually here in parentheses because this is the frame analysis time. So it's storing all of that information. But this stuff that's coming out of the timers isn't really necessary anymore. Split totals, 20.7 seconds. That's how long it took to analyze it. But the run itself is over 2 minutes long. So it was 2 minutes of run analysis in 20 seconds, which is a pretty good rate for a 720p video, wouldn't you say? But yeah, just for this version, keep ripping things out. Anything that you can figure out to rip out, Pawn. So let's look at those timers. Timer. In fact, like that. Sure, match the case. So vid timer equals timer, vid timer.start. This is in video, so you're using that timer. Don't want to mess with that one. How many more timers am I spawning? I got a run timer, I got a process timer, I got a shot timer, I got a frames per second timer. All of those running. So let's look at like the run timer. We're resetting and clearing it. It's the only thing that ever happens with it. Is it used anywhere else in the program at all? Because I think we can get rid of this one, guys. Apparently that doesn't do anything. It's what it looks like. Maybe I'm wrong, but you know, there's no reference in this file, and I can't see why there would be a reference in the user interface or the file handling. Certainly not GUIable. So that's one of them. That was the run timer. The shot timer. Okay, so this is giving out information as we're collecting it. Console logging. So this is frames per second, format. What is this? 4F average shot. After the shot. Shot. Is there... That's for... Okay, so that's actually for testing. And I don't have that form of console logging on, I think? If output for console logging. Which is not helpful in a video moderation sense anymore. I'm looking at this and thinking that it could all go if it's what I think it is, which is when I was, using it as a live tool, when I was developing it to be a live tool, in here at the top, run logging equals 2. And depending on what the run logging value is set to, you can set it to a mode where it's basically verbose mode. And I believe the concept, if elapsed greater than 1, this is a timer. Every second, it would print out what it was looking at in that moment and the information about what it was looking at in that moment, so that you could, analyze what you're doing, what's going wrong, figure out why the images aren't matching, that kind of stuff, track down, problems. But in a version that runs purely on video analysis, I don't see that any of this would be necessary. Let's continue before I get lost on thinking about that and come back to it. Let's make sure that the shot timer isn't used outside of that. So we've got the reset for it. If I got rid of the reset, then the only place that it's being used is in console logging. If I got rid of console logging, something else call that? Maybe the UI calls console. No? File handling shouldn't. Console, no? I got a lot of things in here that just don't need to be here anymore. That were there throughout development, I guess? You weren't calling that function? Ever? Silly boy. Let's open the program one more time after having ripped out a couple of things and make sure that it still functions on a basic level. Yeah, it looks like it still functions at a basic value. There's chunks of code in here that are just leftovers from development. That's how it's looking. Hello, 3 potatoes rogues. It's not how you spell potatoes. Welcome to my speedrun moderation tool in development. Yep, that's all still working, so we didn't need any of that code. Ripped all that out. The timers is how I got started on this. So that was shot timer. Shot timer can no longer exist. Frames per second timer. You are obviously in reset. You get reset. During the analysis, though, you are part of information that gets spat out, that gets put into the logs and then spat out later, I would presume. So the frame per second timer gives us these values, which we can keep that around. Tell us how quick it's operating in each place that it, yeah. So I'll keep frame per second timer. And then process timer. Did we already look at process timer? Did I already delete? You're one of them that just doesn't exist anymore. What's going on? Okay. Well, there's a lot of lines of code just thrown away, and we've still got a functional program. As a Canadian, what the hell are you guys doing down south? Yeah, no, lots of racist shit. It's a fucked up two-party politic. No social welfare systems, no safety nets, none of that shit. You know, just that kind of neoliberal, conservative, racist, down-home American pie bullshit is what we're doing here. How you guys doing? Better, right? You know what? I laugh and then I make that sound and it's like, yeah, that's really what you got to do. We don't need the live split client anymore for this if it's not going to involve that, at least this version of things. Get rid of the live split client entirely. Live split. So we'll get rid of that. And then we'll get rid of the connecting here. Don't need that. No, I'll keep it separate. Let's find any other place that live split is mentioned. It's not. All right. None of that needs to be there. I really need to, like, you know, collapse all this stuff. So I can see we got timer, screenshot, that has to happen, log event and logger. A lot of things going on with logging, obviously. Key input. That only existed for resets, which you don't have to do if you're not running it in, you know, with server communication to live split. But I will want key input in the UI eventually. So I might leave this here just for the sake of not having to, you know, reinvent my wheel when I get to that, when I get to keyboard controls in the program, if I get to that. No, so all of that stays then. Timer, screenshot, log event, logger, key input, and then we're already into the engine. Frame limit 60. There's no such thing as a frame limit anymore. Were you being used anywhere? Log generate with the frame limit. And then timer average based on a frame limit. Timer average based on a frame limit. Timer average based on a frame limit. That's odd. Self.frame limit equals rate. Now that's helpful. When we start up the vid thing, we get the frame limit. Yeah. And it should be based on rate. That's exactly what I was thinking. So that is setting the hard value of the frame limit to whatever is in the video file, which is the only way that that's helpful. Basically, there's stuff that ought to be up here instead that should initialize when we start the engine. We should just load into, you know, I got all this other shit going on down here where it's like initialize the engine and then engine.run. Just initialize the engine. You know, we don't need to call it to run. We initialize the engine, and then in the engine at the top, like after it's done initializing, started and ready, you should start up the you know, video, self.video. There you go. And you know what? Can I just do that? Okay. Missing one required argument path. I didn't think I could, but I'm looking at this as like video path. Well, path should be equal to nothing. Like if I'm just going to put in nothing, if I didn't supply one, then it's just nothing. What's our problem now? We're getting a whole bunch of information from that, though. How did it work then before? I've just moved where it initializes. Like how we get it started. I'm just going to go back, because I don't understand this. I initialize the engine, and then I do engine.run, which has this shit in it. And then we call video. Right? Video analyzer, main loop, that pops open the UI. And then when the fuck am I calling video? In order to get all this started. I'm not until I go to load a video. Oh, well that's the thing. That's what I needed to... I was confused over what I was moving. I thought, yeah. So, you be up there. You got a problem? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... Boom, 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 boom. One line up and then stop underlining yourself. So, once we get out of the initialization of the engine, started and ready, we, you know, put in the video analyzer. In fact, that below that. So we pop that up from there, and then we come down here, and just doing that kicks everything up. And that means also that video does require a path when you go to use it, and it is right now. Yeah, good. Boom. Like that, it opens up. File, open. The video we want to work on, hit the Analyze button. It starts doing the analysis. Good. And it crashes when I crash it, so. Missing the content from Ron. Yes, that is what it was. Do you think it's possible that President Biden changed the election problems in time for the next election? No. I have no hope. He's from the Democratic Party. They're not worth any. They're not. They've had 250 years to reform the democratic process. They're not going to do it now. We will have the Electoral College. We will have redistricting still. We will have campaign finance issues, left and right. We will have two-party politics. Fucking Biden. Biden's going to do something? You fucking kidding me? No, he's not. Money in politics, yeah. Yeah. But, you know, it's better than Trump, so I can and will continue to complain. Because it's just fucking... Anyway, so back to this frame limit concept here. We got the reset log generate using the frame limit. Reset... Is that even a thing that's going to be called anymore? Search for reset. So... I start with a call to reset. The Scabby Gooch! You just wanted to hear me say that, huh? First sub of ever. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. Scabby Gooch. You'll be receiving in the mail a certain amount of phallus. Eventually, with enough, you'll get enough of it that you can be part of the Big Dick Club. You just got to keep giving me your money or your prime or whatever. Okay? We got a deal? Thank you very much, the Scabby Gooch, for supporting the channel. The Scabby Gooch. Oh, that's a name I look forward to saying a lot. Self.log.reset. So there's the log.reset, but that's different than just calling reset. At the beginning of this, we do call a reset. And the reset is doing log generate based on the frame limit, which should have been set by video exclusively. Well, it should have been set by video after the video is called. like, frame limit is a bad variable at this point. You know, like, frame rate. Frame rate is equal to 0. That's probably going to give me divide by 0 issues. We'll leave it there. Because, you know, if I'm getting divide by, it shouldn't be. And we don't need the send queue anymore, right? Didn't we throw that out? We threw out all the send queue crap? I believe we did, so that's a variable that doesn't need to exist. Drop frame. I don't think I'm using that. Yeah, not using that. Drop frame, you're gone. Log enabled. Settings.verbose. Okay, I will leave that. Self.log equals logger. We do want the logger. We want the timer. We want that key input. I mean, we don't right now, but we will eventually. And then we call reset, because reset... I often do this in my class structures. If my values in init are going to be, like, specified in the reset, if the reset is going to set them, then I don't set them in the initialization. I set them in the reset and call them in the initialization, and PyCharm hates that, and Python generally is like, you shouldn't do that, that's bad coding principle, you know, because you define all of your variables up here, and then it's very clear and concise, it's all written there, and you can see, oh, these are all of the things that are going to happen within this class structure. What I say to that is, this is my initialization, this is my reset, all the fucking information is there, and I didn't waste a bunch of lines. So, fuck you. If I ever have to print this, I don't have to waste as much paper. I'm saving the planet. Scabby Gooch. It was Apollo Legends vid, but Ronan, you seem like a solid dude. Hope my sub helps you in some way. Well, thank you very much, the Scabby Gooch, for the support. I watched your vid where you got robbed from GDQ. Been watching your YouTube for about an hour. Can you link to that? Yeah, there you. That's. And if let me go ahead and get. Let's do a little self promotion here. YouTube.com. Let's just do Ronin Pawn. Yeah, I didn't want to have to say it out loud, but let's do that. And that is like a slightly edited down version of my big long explaining, like this is the deep long one. So Apollo Legend, you know, YouTube kind of some speedrunning journalist, sort of, I suppose you could say. And he helped me like break the story and help me like figure out what I should do, because I suspected somebody was cheating, and then I proved that he was cheating, and then Apollo Legend published this video, and then this is my video where I was explaining live on a show that HSC Gaming and I had at the time, Harv and Pawn, before I was actually sure that he was cheating, explaining like my work, what I'd done, and saying, if you can find a flaw in it, then tell me now, because at this point I've convinced myself. So this is the you know, hour-long thing. But in the first, like, 10, 15 minutes, you get to the heart of it pretty quick, and then the rest of it is just the rest of the Harv and Pawn show that day, where we're still talking about it and getting deeper into it and stuff. But it gets in pretty quick anyway. Go away. All right, back into the code. So yeah, the reset thing. Log generate with the frame limit, and that means that we have to have a frame limit set, but I've just changed that to frame rate, and I'm going to change every instance of this from self.frame to self.frame rate. Replace you, replace you, replace you, replace you, replace you, and that's it. That's all of them. Okay. And I know that that also means down here we establish a temporary variable there of just rate that's based on that. And that can actually just be self.framerate. Why is this down here? Self.framerate equals rate. Why there? Why do I set rate as a temporary little thing there and then update it to the main thing there at the bottom? Why not do that right then? Does rate get changed? I mean, rate isn't being touched, so it should stay the same. Yeah, I don't see any reason why it couldn't be... Why it couldn't just be self.framerate is equal to video.get there, and then this just doesn't even need to be there because it's not changing. It's not being updated with any new value. Looks right. Hit the button, start it up, open. Give me an analysis. I'll actually let this one finish if it gets there. Name rate is not defined. Well, where? On what line? 407 in video. Self.framerate. Do it again. Open. 720. Analyze. Okay, we'll let this finish just to make sure that everything's seems to be functioning still. Oh, you know, 3 potatoes rows. Not it's three potato rogue. Yeah, see? It finished, and then what's the problem? Self.log generate rate. Okay, so there's another place where rate is a thing. What line is that? 431. 431. Okay, so here we've got a lot of rates that I didn't realize. Alright, that's fine. So self.framerate. 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 Control F. And then if I do search rate with a circle in front of it. Print splits rate, and that's fine because it's a passed-in variable, and you can use that nomenclature. It doesn't hurt anything. Good. Now that should work. One more little test here. Okay. Yeah, that idea, Trump isn't infected GDQ. Like, I know what you mean in terms of like nepotism of having familiarity with someone, knowing someone, that kind of thing. And I don't, you know, I wouldn't necessarily like shackle it to just GDQ as an event, but was clearly a part of what went down there, you know. It was the insider culture. It was having friends on the committees and knowing people there. And even though his run was sketchy, even though, you know, the time submitted was, the estimate was faster than his fastest time on the leaderboards, even though he was claiming that he held a world record that he never published. Nobody ever saw it except for, you know, speedrunners in the Discord. He never submitted it to the leaderboards. All these different issues that if they wouldn't have been familiar with him and hadn't already had him on the show a number of times, they probably would have looked harder. I don't know if that's, I mean, maybe it falls into the category of nepotism as a technicality, but really it's just, you know, you work with someone enough, and if you don't know any better, then, you know, you trust them to a certain extent. And they needed to look harder. I'll say that, you know. I don't know if I'd call it nepotism, but they absolutely needed to still hold up to the standards, especially when he came around after losing the slot to me to, you know, people who he knew and said, wait, I've got the world record in this category. It should have been, do you? And I think the reason why, you know, why isn't your world record on the leaderboards if you do? And I think the reason was because despite his protestations, this whole situation doesn't make sense unless he actually did submit his fake run that would have been the world record. And so they saw something that if they checked the leaderboards, they would have went, oh, it is the world record. And then they would have given him the slack to be like, well, I'm sure he'll submit it. You know, he just got it recently. Sure, he'll submit it sooner or later. Okay. And I think in the wake of that whole event with GDQ and Connor and me, I think GDQ has tightened up the ship a little bit in those terms. I believe the rules are very clear now, and I don't know if they were before or not. I genuinely just don't know, but I think they've been clarified and that they're harder and faster about the idea of you cannot submit a run that hasn't been verified by your own community. That said, that would apply to, like, you know, world record-y kind of runs and things. The submission that I sent to GDQ and that they accepted in the first place wasn't like my best run ever. It was a 29-minute, but I did a run to show what it would be like on the show, you know, to show my presentation and everything. So we just started up a live stream live with everybody, and we did it, and we recorded one, and it was a random run. It was a marathon run. You know, a one and done run, just like it would be on the show. And I thought that was of value. So I'm pretty sure GDQ would accept that kind of a thing, especially if you can back that up with being on the leaderboards with better times. But if you're going to submit a run to show them this is how fast I am and how fast I can run, then I'm pretty sure that they're looking harder if people are sending them things that aren't on the leaderboards at this point and saying, could you please, before we accept you as a runner, please get that verified by your community. Please let somebody look at it, analyze it, determine whether it's real or some shit you made up and just sent to us and are going to make us look real bad in the future. Because it's really, you know, what happened there it wasn't GDQ, you know. They can be faulted at not having, you know, patched every possible hole in the ship. But, you know, they didn't do anything wrong. They just didn't catch the guy doing something wrong. And I think now they're more prepared to. Like old GameStop hiring standards? Is that what nepotism is? You know, I got a family member, so I'm going to hire him. I got a friend here, so you get the job kind of thing. And when it comes to that situation with Connor, he'd been there a number of times. He kept claiming that he was a producer. He knew people on the submissions panels and all that kind of stuff. So there was definitely familiarity and connections that he claimed. Now, we know he's a liar. At least back then, he was full of lies. So what he was claiming it was true, who's to say? But the fact that it did turn around so quickly from Ronan Pawn has the run and has the slot and then he complains, and then, you know, within hours they've redacted the list and put out a new one, and now he's got the slot. I think he did have, you know, friends and people looking at things. Yeah, and I see it entirely, like, I completely understand how it happened from GDQ's perspective, too, you know, and it's not vicious, it's not evil, it's not, like, what do you call it? Where you're responsible for something from inaction and, you know, that kind of thing. Criminal, it's not negligence, you know, I mean, it is, but it's not, like, willful negligence. It's not like I can prosecute you on this negligence. It's like you didn't see that one coming, and it was a hell of a curveball. Who would have seen it coming? You know? So I don't begrudge GDQ much there. And I think that they responded to it pretty well, and they deleted all of Connor's stuff and just cut ties with him, and I think that they updated their standards for moderation and selection with runners based on the event. So what more can you ask? You should be in politics. Yeah, I was. I'm gonna do that right after, you know, either of the two main parties reform campaign finance, so that I don't have to have like $15 million in my pocket just to compete. Right after democracy emerges, I'll start participating with it. Hey, I'm back, talking about he who should not be named again. Indeed. Indeed. All right, back to the code. God damn it. What else can I pull out here? We're just ripping things out that don't need to be here. Image limit. Yeah, that kind of probably needs to be there. That's a variable that's a value, image limit 150, that was just like, I'm going to be storing so many images of splits and things in memory that I felt that there should be, some way to say, when you get to this amount, stop storing them, because that's a lot. Event num. Yeah, that helps us count and print things out. The run log. This is all in logger. Everything that's in logger is probably going to be left alone. Because these are all just things that log what's going on here. Wow, there is a lot in logger. Yeah, generating splits, printing splits. I mean, look at how much code that I've got in there for like doing the math on calculating the splits and shit. It's all very simple math, but it's just long and verbose and could probably be a lot shorter. But yeah, the logger is, all of these get left alone. Into the engine again. We've done the frame rate conversion. That seems to work. Log enabled. Yeah. Logs. We want to initialize all those things. We got raw shot. Now we're into like the basics of it running. That's the initialization. All the initialization is necessary. In the reset, log generate with self.framerate. Yeah, and then log.reset, sure. Current pack is equal to the first pack in the file, yep. The cycle is equal to true. Yeah, it's a Boolean that I just used to flip whether or not we're like searching for something or we've found something and we're waiting to lose it, I think is what cycle's for. Frame count equal to 0. When you reset, yeah. Do I use frame count? Apparently, yeah, yes, you do, Pawn. Okay. And then FPS timer restart. Yeah, that's all very reasonable for the reset thing. In the multitest, this is all engine stuff, and I'm not going to look too hard at it in terms of like just ripping things out. I think we might have torn out most of the wires that just don't need to be there. We're down to 446 lines with white space in the main file here. And then file handling is just none of that stuff needs to change. So we've just ripped out all of the things. Yep, including we can get rid of this. We don't need the socket stuff because we're not communicating with LiveSplit anymore. And I guess it's telling me we don't need select. I don't even remember what select is for. It must have had something to do with my socket communications. So there's 2 libraries we don't have to load up. Let's do this one more time. Pop the thing open a file, bring a file in, click the Analyze button, let it run, let it print its results, and that'll confirm. I think we've just ripped everything out of the main file, out of the entire program, really, that is exclusive in its usage for, active splitting, live splitting, as opposed to video analysis, post-run video analysis. And everything here seems to be working. Numbers look right. Sum's working there. Our output's down here. While we're running, telling us the frame rate, giving us match percentages. And then we've got the list of the events, and then we've got the splits broken down, which have the actual time by frames there, but then they've got the time that it took to actually do them as represented by frames or some shit. I don't know. But this value is correct anyway. Like, this is not really necessary. So that could go. We could reduce what gets, generated in these logs. But these logs are, end of the day, the whole print to console shit just gets thrown away, and why not store how long it took you to do a thing, It's no big deal to have it there. It's just more data. Couple of variables in memory. It's fine. And all that's working. Everything looks right to me. And we've just ripped out a lot of code. In fact, so if I go to VCS and then get, and before we do, go down here, what's that count again? 444 lines. If I go to VCS and get, and then branches, and then switch into the rebuild branch, check out. Main file. We were 446 is what I said? I'm not... This isn't right. Checkout, I was told, was the equivalent of switch to, but this didn't switch out of what we were just doing. This is the same. Get branches. Rebuild. Yeah, we're in rebuild right now. Don't tell me that I just overwrote the rebuild branch. By clicking checkout. If this is used for run verification, more data may catch a conner. Yeah. I just want to come back to the rebuild branch and see the difference between the two, but this did not... This is what we've... This is exactly what we've been working on. This is with everything ripped out. Frame rate instead of some frame limit or something like that. This is yeah. You didn't overwrite anything. Well, why am I not... I still don't understand how this fucking works, you know? Branches. We're in rebuild right now. All I can do is rename it. But what I'm seeing here is the stuff that's in the video moderation tool. How do I, like, switch over to rebuild and see what's in that branch? And why the fuck would they call it checkout anyway? I'm concerned now. Get checkout. In fact, PyCharm checkout. What the hell does checkout mean? Control F checkout. In the dialog that opens, specify the branch name and make sure the checkout branch option is selected if you want to switch to that branch. The new branch will start from the current branch head. Okay. Create a new branch from a selected branch. Create a new branch from a selected commit. Checkout branches. If you want to work on a branch created by someone else, you need to check it out to create a local copy of that branch to make sure you have a full list. So I get the idea of checkout now. It's the idea of like going to the library and getting the book that you want to read. So you're making, you know, you're checking out a copy. But we're doing this locally. Switch between branches. Select a branch that you want to switch to under local branches and choose checkout from the list of available options. What happens next depends on whether there are conflicts between your local changes that you've not committed yet and the branches you are going to check out. If your working tree is clean, no uncommitted changes, this branch will be checked out. Your local changes are going to be overwritten by checkout. It displays a list of files that prevent you from checking out the selected branch. Force checkout and smart checkout. Uncommitted changes will be overwritten. Shelve uncommitted changes, check out this, and then unshelve them. So, do I basically need to... God, why? Programmers suck. You know? This... Checkout. It's just like, you don't fucking get it, do you, programmers? Just making things that are like, well, I understand it, so it should be, you know, it doesn't have to make sense or use language that people use regularly. The only thing worse than a programmer in terms of communication is a fucking mathematician. Fucking physicist, you know? Why do you have to name everything that way? You're just making it so people don't understand you even more. You can check out under the remote branches, origin rebuild. So if I'm in this branch right now, it was talking about committing and not committing. I haven't committed anything to this branch. I've made all of these changes to it. If I commit, you know, but not push it to Git, but I locally commit to the changes that I've made here while I'm in the branch, while I'm checked out in this branch, maybe it puts the changes into that branch committed, and then when I go back to the other one, it'll be like, oh, this is a different thing. Does that sound right? Git is way more accessible and usable is using it via some kind of terminal instead of a user interface. That sounds so much better. Not knowing what the commands are. It's just, I guess it's PyCharm then representing it, but I mean, just the language and shit. Check out and commit and this and that and the other thing. Like, learn fucking English. At least, clearly you understand English. Learn how people talk to one another. Get out of in front of the fucking Linux box every now and again. Have a communication with someone else where it's not you throwing big words at them, but actually some kind of exchange. And then when you go to like write how something works or name it or that kind of thing, maybe you'll have some sense of what communication is about. It's a long-standing complaint of mine. Checkout lets you only switch in terms of switching branches. For getting a current version, you need to pull from the Git repository, but this will override your local copy. But none of that applies because it's all local right now. When you commit while checking out a branch, then you commit on that branch. Welcome to the bullshit jargon bingo called IT. Yep. I would argue that my language is okay, but a copy-paste of a variable I made just this week is, I don't like that. I have to make this variable. I am going to make it unreasonably long. So if I commit here, then the commit will be written to this, and then maybe I can actually go back to the other branch, and there will be a difference between them. That's what I'm going to go with there. So update project commit. I just want to update the project. Click. I just heard some weird tapping. Project, merge, rebase branch to default. Using stash, using shelve. Okay, I don't usually use this update button, so now I'm confused. Let me go check on what those knocking sounds were. Be right back. On which branch am I? Asked Shadow Dragon HD. We have switched back over to, we'll just double check here, but we should be in, you know, the branch that I made for this to be. Video moderation tool. We're in it because I only have the rename thing. So we're in video moderation tool, which is where I want these changes to be saved. Just going to suggest with this whole Git principle, what if it was like, I don't know, everything else that anyone who's ever used a computer has used before, okay? So what if, instead of this fun little in language you've created, what if, when I want to make a copy of like what I've got right now that's separate from it, what if I duplicated it? File, duplicate, okay? And then I had to give it a different name. And then when I wanted to like save the changes there, I saved the changes. And then when I wanted to push those changes up to, you know, where it's being stored, then we could use that word push. But, you know, if I want to like duplicate what I've always, no, it's got to be a branch, and then you're going to go into the branch that was, in order to go in, obviously what you're going to do is you're going to use the fucking, I guess that the knocking was codified non-repudiation technobat. So we're in this branch. What do we... Evil Donner Balkan, 39 months. Don't know what's going on, so here, take my monies. I love that policy. Do that more. I don't know what's happening. Here's money. Thank you so much, Evil Donner Balkan, for 39 months of subscriptions. Jesus Christ, that is one big dick club that you're in. Show history, commit. If I click the commit button, then I get this thing, and it's like committing is different than pushing. So if I just commit and I don't commit and push, I commit, that's a local commit, you know? So this would be the commit message under change this default. I got to make sure just in case, you know, is there something in here that says, oh, but you're not in that one anymore. Now you're in this one. You know, is there a place where I select the fucking branch that I'm in, even though I'm in that branch? What are we fucking doing, you know? Match 7574 on the LS Lite. I had to lower that. Yeah, I remember that too. But that's just that file. Show me SplitRP. That doesn't need to be there. I just want to see some changes that I recognize. Yeah, we moved that. Like, if after all this shit and having people here who understand Git and talking to you guys, if I click this and then it's like, nope, it's wrong, you know, just is how I'm gonna feel. But yeah, all right. So commit message on this is new branch. Video moderation exclusive. Version. Video moderation exclusive version. That's what we're going for. Commit. Okay, so now that should be in there. And now if I go over to VSS, this is Git. I go to the branches, and then we go to rebuild, and we check out that one. Heh, now we're in that one. It's completely different. It's a different thing. It's so different. It is. All right, we are now able to switch. God damn it. We're now able to switch. So 464 lines is what we're down to in the other one. We were at 606 before. That's everything that I wanted to do was that, and it only took like 7 minutes because people suck. Back to this one. Thank you very much. That wasn't so hard, was it? No, it wasn't. Just goddamn. Workspace associated with... Okay, well, I guess it wasn't that important because they didn't leave it up. Whatever. We're back in this workspace. Looks right. Branch 444, in fact, on that. And one of these could go... Where was it? Where was it? It was the that's it. Is it under logger? The self.write images. That doesn't need to be there. But that wasn't even the one. That wasn't even the one, yo. Bro. Your mom's a hoe. Huh? Nothing. Whatever. We're good. We're fine. It's great. I love it. We need a live stream break. Because, like, what we've done in the past 2 hours is the test, proving that the concept should work, should benefit us, and we've ripped everything out that doesn't need to be in there to simplify what I'm looking at. And the next thing that we could do, I'm going to try and do, and we'll see, because we might try and get in and just be like, it's the kind of thing you got to sit down alone and stare at for a while, or you're not going to get anywhere with. But we'll see. We'll give it a try. We're going to try and implement, 10 more subs is what we're going to try and implement. And that gets us to our sub goal of some Twitch % running on Cluster Truck. Everybody thank the Light Guy 89, as I will now. Thank you so much for 10 more subs, 32 total in the channel to date. Welcome to the Big Dick Club, Nez BDO, Frieder, Slinky McMahon, psychedelic hippie. I thought it was going to be more like psychic, Yagi-sama, Noah Craw, hey, one of my moderators, is a subscriber. Isn't that nice that you give me something? I gave you a sword. What have you given me? A bot that you wrote from scratch, Noah? Yeah, I guess. Okay, fair enough. Maskima or Mesema or Mashima, Big Krusty and Electric Pants KSP and Shady Ruby. Welcome all to the Big Dick Club. Yeah, throw some pawns and everything in chat. And thank you so much to Light Guy 89 and Mill Grips each with 10 subs today, and that batch, when we come back from the live stream break, you're going to see, has put us up and over the limit to fulfill this latest live stream subscriber goal. For the love of God, will double click and then go to it. I'm going to play a little bit of music. I'm going to step away from the computer. I'm going to get myself another beer. You go get yourself another whatever it is that you already had one of. And if you hadn't had anything, then go get the first one and meet me back here in 7 minutes because Paul not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Bond, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/RonanPawn livestream on twitch.tv/RonanPawn, where right after Little Magnet, or the Light Guy 89, sorry, the L's, Light Guy 89 gifted 10 subs, and I went to live stream break. Anonymous gifter gave 5 more. It's 25 gift subs in this live stream. Thank you so much to whoever anonymously gave subscriptions to Reptilio Ray, Jesse James 037, The Corinthian, Icon Paru, and Nitsuj 311. This is a good band. I enjoyed 311, you know. In fact, you don't even know makes it totally illegit. This morning, but last night's on my mind is something I need to get off my chest. And no matter what may come to shine, the king will always be mine. Thank you so much, anonymous gifter, and welcome to the Big Dick Club. All the names that I just read, 5 more indeed. Mattermacher. I guess Mattermaker. Can I? Mattermaker. Yes? Can I? It just feels better. No. Throwing poop, you said everything. I'm sorry, the sub sounds fit the music. Yeah, I noticed just as I was walking away for the live stream. I set everything up. I only got 7 minutes to, do all of the things that I do in the break. It's a lot of things. There's pee that needs to be put into the toilet manually. I got to do that myself. I've tried to hire people. They don't want to do it. That is my YouTube. I did Makker because Mattermaker was taken. All right, Mattermaker. I can, that feels good. That's good, There's phonetics, and there's sibilants, and assonance, and alliteration, and all kinds of things, probably, going on, and I just said words that probably sound good, but yeah, good marketing, Mattermaker. Well, that beer's dead. Oh, hey, here's another one. A little cold. I just wanted some cold. All right, so we're back in. What we've done with this beast here is we just pruned it of everything that it doesn't need if it's just going to be an exclusively video moderation tool. What I'd like to do now is try to shoehorn in our new test. We did some testing over here, and if I turn this back down to, let's say, just 3 seconds, so we only have to wait for 6 seconds each, we run this test. That's the wrong, well, first off, let me just drag this up so we can see the results of the test together, and then run speed testing. Make all that go away. You can go down there, and we see that the sum test, as opposed to absolute difference test, is a bit faster, and that difference is bigger when it's fewer. They speed up and then they just bang it out, but when we're doing larger analysis across more pixels, the sum is quite fast.
Here, get yourself some pee.
Hey, thank you. I'll get some, and then I'll hire somebody to take some away with your 245 bits. Thank you so much, people down in Balkan. P personal. I mean, yeah, personal P assistant. Just like Kanye has. Anyway, so that's the premise here. We've got a couple of problems. Number one is I don't actually know what the test is going to be. Somebody wants to figure out the math for that. We need to come up with a value based on comparing the two images just by adding up their values to see if they're similar in the density of whites and blacks, or rather, grays across a gray scale. Are they similar in that density, and should we test them with the other method that takes a little bit longer? Hoping to discard a majority of the frames in the video, only using the faster system, so that even though sometimes we have to do both tests to confirm it, we'll pick up, more speed. It'll happen faster. So the math that has to come out of this is we count up all of the, values of one and all of the values of the other, and we got these two big numbers. Let's say that they're, the numbers are 3 and 7. And so, and they have a potential, they could be as high as 10, or as low as 0. And we want to like evaluate anything that's, let's say, within one value. So if it's, 7 that we're trying to match, and we got a 3 there, then it's not a 6 or an 8, then we'd throw it away. We need a, percentage value based on how much space is between those two numbers that is based on the maximum amount of space. So what does that math formula look like? Evil Donner Balkan, have to sleep now. Have fun. Good night, everyone. Thank you, Evil Donner Balkan, so much. Good to have you out. Have a good sleep. So, yeah, what would that similarity test look like? Let's play here in this little thing that we've got. And we'll take out the WAL. Bring you in. And we'll just do it once, and we'll try and get an actual real value out of the two of them. And I think the similarity that we are actually using in our main compare test over here is going to be a good place to start in trying to figure out what this formula needs to look like, because, it isn't obvious to me. So if I put that down there, sounds like standard deviation. So how do I write that in there? The idea of taking the maximum number of pixels in the image times the number of color channels, and are we still using color? We are still using color channels, times the color channels for the denominator should give us like something to base it off of. And then we've got these two different values, and do we get the absolute of them subtracted against one another? And then that would be the difference between them if they're very, very similar. And if they're very, very, yeah. Is it as simple as that? Is it just me, like, taking this and overwriting that? And where does depth play into this? Because everything else seems fair enough, but depth, their value divided by 255, which is the color depth. And then that reduces it down to, like, per pixel, and then that could be it. Maybe. Good question. I'll have to ask Wikipedia how to get standard variations, but your method sounds more keep it simple, stupid. All right. We'll see if this happens to just work out to what it's supposed to be. We don't need the sum count, but we're not going to use it anyway. Let's just get rid of, well, let's comment out these prints in case we want to do more testing or something, and just have a print, similarity. Just do that one. So this will be a lot simpler. Run it. It should immediately give us a value, and the value is nothing like what I had hoped. So similarity negative 14,596. Let's print the values themselves. Image 1, image 2, similarity. Let's see what we were working with. Okay, but that's the images themselves. We want image 1 sum. That's what I meant to print. Sum, image 2 sum. Okay. Why are they the same? Both of those, 446,115, 446,115 is, I think we did something wrong here. I put this is equal to image 2 someplace that I shouldn't have. Boom, image 1 path. Image 2 path is what that's supposed to be. So that should give us two different values, and it does. And then we have the difference there. If we take the absolute of these two, get rid of the the negative. Sorry? Overflow encountered in Yulong scalars. Shit. Really? That doesn't sound good. I don't know what it means because programmers wrote it, but it doesn't sound good. Stepped out for a minute, so I'm a bit behind, says the noodle. Is the goal to find out how much a pixel has changed from one frame to the next? No. What is this, Gervasian? Well. To look that up somewhere else. The goal at this point is add up all the grays, which we've got here. So all the pixel values added together, 0 to 255, but adding them all together, these are basically the sum of the gray tones in the image. And then based on the maximum amount that they could possibly deviate from one another, which should be this value. And let's do like that. Let's have the maximum would be that. And make sure that makes sense. 31,490, which will be 1920 by 1080. And that should just be that, right? 1920 times 1080 is 2073. You're dividing that by 3, aren't you? Divide by 3. No. How do we get 31,490 from that? The shape 0 times that shape times color channels. What am I printing out right now? You're printing out similarity. I'm printing out shape 0, shape 1, color channels. Oh, right, because we're taking a crop of it. We're taking a crop that should be 416 by something else. It's the width and the height. So I'm just going to trust that value is correct, that it's 31,490 is the maximum possible value. And it can't know. Then why are these so much? Why these be so much, yo? Image 1 and image 2, they both get cropped. Print also... Alright, give me another line of print. Print the np.shape of... Have I already got it? Shape is equal to np shape of it. Yeah, so just print shape. 47 by 670. I feel like what I need to do is multiply this value by 255 and not be dividing by the depth over here. Not be dividing by 255 there. Yeah, I want to see this side of things exclusively as well. So give me that. And boy, there's a lot of things that you're giving now. Print me that. And then I could break this off too. You good? So 47,670, and then we've got the absolute of these divided by the depth, which would be these numbers are just so wrong to me. Oh, I'm sorry, the noodle. So this is another means of comparing the two images. But it's a slightly faster one that we want to run instead of the main one. And then if this one falls outside of a certain range, then we run the good test. But this is like a sloppier test that's not as accurate, but that should allow us to not have to, do all the others. So we want to compare these two different images to one another based on their pixel values, all added together. So when I subtract the two of those against one another, print me, you get the shape there, print me the shape, and then print me image 1 sum. I've already got that, that's at the bottom. So print it, but do it up here, because it's at this point I'm just trying to get my head around it. So give me that. So we got the shape. I'm sorry, push this up a little bit. We got the shape, we got image 1 and image 2, you prick. Shape, image 1 and image 2 having been summed. And then this should be them subtracted against one another. So this one subtracted against that one gets you this. When you divide by depth, you divide by 255, this minus this divided by depth, that does not make any sense. Where's depth defined? Depth is 255. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. U-long scalar's problem might be because you were trying to set a negative number to an unsigned integer. I mean, I'm not trying to. Python doesn't give me the control to. It's just Python doing. Sloppy tests, you can just compare how many digits each value has and save processing power by not doing math with those large numbers. That's an interesting concept there, but the problem comes down to, is there a built-in function in a library to do that? Because I'm not going to be able to write a function that does it faster than a built-in, a function that is probably accessing hardware level shit. If I write my own function to like go through every pixel value and the length or something like that, I because of the power of graphical stuff, even the idea, like, it occurred to me just then, what if you like concatenated every value in there and then took like the length of the total of all the things? I think it's going to be faster to actually just do the math. The hardware is built for this kind of stuff at this point. Length string your variable. You think that it could turn a table of values that's multi-dimensional into that kind of a thing? I'm going to stick with this. Math is super fast on a computer because of using the ALU, the arithmetic unit. But this doesn't make any sense. Like, the numerator is the image 1 sum minus the image 2 sum, and then we divide that by the depth. That should be a much smaller number, and it's a much bigger number. So how are we getting that? Make sure depth is 255 like it should be. It is. Yeah, what's happening here? Because I don't get it. This minus that. What? I've got millions here. These are two digits that are in the millions. 4,646,115, 4,810,418, and I'm ending up with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 4,294,000 when I subtract one from the other. How am I getting billions by subtracting 2 millions from one another? The absolute is missing that. Numerator, absolute, open, close, divided by depth, close. I don't see that. But let me know if I'm just not seeing it. How am I getting a billion from subtracting 2 millions from one another? Those overflow warnings seem relevant there. You think so? I mean, I'm just subtracting integers in math. There's no explanation for how does that error come into anything? If I just take out similarity and don't print the similarity and then just print that stuff, you know. If I take out the absolute, we get rid of the red, right? No. Subtracting image 1 sum from image 2 sum. Are these values too large that they're actually just not being stored? We add up all of the pixel values and they're not being stored because it's a longer memory space than Python is accounting for, and so that's why I'm getting billions out of it. 10 minus 11 equals 2 billion. Overflow. Yeah. How would I fix that? That's like, this is, you know, it's an untyped language. I don't specify what type. You assume and then make the memory space for me. And I haven't had this problem with summing up values in other images. So okay, let's just do this. Let's do the programmer's solution to everything. And this is, we want in particular Python, just in case that message is across multiples. So, cause because result is an unsigned integer, it cannot be negative. Casting to normal integer, everything works fine. So, cast it to assigned int. Alright, so force it to be an int on the other side. Do I have to force the variables themselves, or am I just going to wrap all this in an int? Alright, so it hates it up there too. It's just, again, get rid of you and get rid of you. Simplify the number of warnings that I'm getting. And then you can tell me where. Print the integer of that. So, get rid of the numerator one as well. Alright, we're down to one warning. Wrap int in the parenthesis, like int. What? I have never forced Python to do this. Print int A, int B. Holy, really? Really? So this is how you correct Python when it doesn't know what the fuck it's doing? I haven't had these issues, and I've done similar things with, you know, this very program. Int A minus int B. Well, I just put it the way that the BMA dev suggested, right? Print, it's open, then close, and then open, close, and then close. That's one extra parenthesis. Do you mean more like force each of these to be an int? Like so? Because I never seen int wrapped in its own, you know, parentheses before. There you go. Okay. Int is a function. Yeah, that's what I was that's why I was like, I've never seen this nomenclature before, but I'll try it. Not a Python programmer, no problem. Apparently no one is. Apparently none of us here are. I'm certainly not me. So if I force them both to be ints, then we can make it work before we do the absolute. Wow. Oh, Python. Oh, you're so... Wait a second. I don't have to do any of this. Int of that. That's all we need. When we sum it up, they're both forced to be integers there. And then everywhere else should just fucking handle it. Let's put you back in. Put you back in. And give me all those values without any warnings. And make them make sense. We got it. Similarity of 97%. That's what we were looking for. Weirdest fucking shit I've seen in this project. God damn it. Fucking unside, intard, integers, scalar, overflow, U-Hauls, FedEx. Fucking error. Like, why I like strongly typed languages. I'd never seen that. Unside, extra long, ular, scalar, bolar, propane, methane. Until you try to stop Python from multi-threading. I was thinking, since we are doing video analysis here, this is another thing that could, you know, this is a system where I could actually optimize it. I could actually use Python's slow, limited, you know, multi-core, multi-processing. You know, could actually split the video up into chunks and be doing things on it. And you could even do like a wave of multi-processing across the whole thing to see which frames are ones that should be considered. And, you know, because otherwise everything's running very single fucking processor in Python. But you could do that across everything, and then establish places where you have to look for something specifically, and then start up another multi-processing session that goes at those places and looks for it. Actually, I think it has to be single-threaded at that point, or single chord, because things are identified. You know, like you could find all of the places where something might be interesting to look at, and then start the process up from the beginning, going through it linearly, and just look at those places where it's like, this might be a place where you need to do something. Huh? That could actually save a lot of time. Even an inferred language should be capable of doing this. Right, so that's not how you do ints. It's int equals x comma x equals number. Like the number in the HTML brackets. This is why I fixed the hardware. So it's for sure strongly typed just tells you when it's wrong. I mean, I didn't do anything wrong there, though. It couldn't subtract two integers from one another. That's... But yeah, okay, so this is working, and I don't need any of this bullshit anymore to try and understand it. We now have just straight up, boom, similarity, bazingo, it's a 97%. So, were I to tell it to do, like, image one sum against everything, it should be 100%. It's 100%. So, yeah, that's the thing. Now, since we've got that, like, formulated, now it works, and we've got the whole deal... Let's put it back in and see, just confirm, please, for the love of God, confirm, that it's still faster than the other method. Did I do anything else out that I need to put back in? Let's just try and run it and make sure, hope the computer doesn't explode. 3 seconds of each of them for testing and timing. 43,364, 43,792. Not a big difference. Let's try it again. Because it is... Python's real interesting with its garbage collection, stepping in and changing your numbers, changing your results a lot. Still faster. Not showing much speed there, but remember, if I take this out, if we stop cropping it, and we just do the full image... Let's see if this comes out the way that I think. I think it'll be a much bigger gap. If we process the full image grayscaled, then suddenly the gap is more like twice as fast. I mean, it's not. It's close, though. Separate CPU core for each chunk. Yeah. Yeah. How many cores do you have for me to work on? You know, and just grab them and split the video up into all those chunks. Go out and find the potentially, interesting parts of the thing. I like that idea. Can you control when garbage collection happens if you could optimize that? Or you can control, but I am not super familiar with it. Yeah, I've been told that too, and I have no idea. I've never touched the thing. But I've been told that, and that is something that was on the list. In fact, is it not open, or is it and it's just off screen? Is that what that is? To do. Yeah, to do text. Let's see. If I just search for garbage. Control garbage collection under the to-do later list. For things in here. I can tell you what, though, one of the things that I did today, translation scaling for nested video review windowed mode, to do to done. I did that before the live stream, so go down to done, and have I been adding to the bottom or the top? It looks like I've been adding to the bottom. So, okay. And I always add a little note. Scaling for nested video review, built into config file. Will need UI version eventually. But you can do that in the config file now. Hey, my first to done in quite a while. Things here, save last directory for video analysis, very easy, just have to actually, get off my ass and do it. Add cancel analysis functionality so that if you're running a thing and you go, okay, I don't want to anymore, you can actually stop it instead of just having to crash the program. Add the splits during analysis. That's a good one, too. These are all very doable right there. Timeline UI needs to zoom and pan. That is less doable. That is a fucking day or three's worth of a job. Designing a proper timeline user interface. Very, very difficult. Is the machine learning still used, or has it been removed? It's been removed. That was in the earliest versions of SplitRP. My premise was it will watch cluster truck being played, and in the bottom, you turn the timer on with T, and it'll just tell you what your times were for each level. So what I'll do is I'll just have the thing watch the bottom right corner, and then when you hit a level complete screen, it will take a screenshot of it, of what it reads that your time was, and then it will convert what it sees graphically into the numbers. And so I trained I trained my own AI. It wasn't an AI, but my own graphics to text. What's that called? Starts with object character recognition. I trained my own OCR system using an open source Google system so that I could distribute this without having to pack in a Google OCR, a big thing that has to reach out to Google in order to do things, or that it's a big file and stuff. So I trained my own, and then I realized that there were so many problems with that premise that it wasn't worth doing. Yep, object character recognition, or optical character recognition. Optical character recognition, right? OCR. But okay, so we got past that. We got the speed test. We figured out the formula and everything. Can we integrate this simple test somewhere? Let's start in the simplest way. So this is compare. Let's just have another public method. Okay. Define simple compare. Image 1, image 2. You sent me those things, and we'll sum both of those images, and then we get the similarity from it. and we return the similarity. And now I got to get all these values back in. So color channels, depth. Is it just those two things? Oh, I'm going to need shape too, aren't I? So those three, and, you know, optimize, consolidate, later. Shape equals mp.shape of composite. The thing is, both of them have to match for all of the other processes to go through. So getting the shape from one of the images, I think, is fine. They should be the same size, or else things are going to break. You know, it just does when you do that. So I'll get the shape from one of the images. I got the color channels. I got the depth. I'm not going to repeat that verbose notes and text that are above it, since it is just copy-pasted 10. We'll probably consolidate it later. But now we've got simple compare. Give it an extra space so you don't underline it, you bastard. So now we've got that as a thing that we can call upon in analysis. And the idea here would be wherever we call for the compare, we call the simple compare first, and then if its value is close enough, then we run the true compare. You know, it's a way of shoving it in there anyway. So similarity is equal to compare image shot. What we want is similarity is equal to simple compare image shot. And then if similarity is, oh, that's greater than best, best equals similarity, less than worst, worst equals similarity. Yeah, no, this is fine. So if similarity is greater than percent, greater than or equal to percent, then similarity is equal to well, then this, then that. So we'll first run the simple comparison, and if it's greater than the percent, then we'll run the better comparison. It's one way to go about it. We might want to, you know, I might want to have a separate value for the simple compare, you know, all that kind of stuff. But for shoving it in right there, we do the first test. It's a simple one. And then if it's better, you know, if it's good enough, then we'll run the good test. And then everything else that regularly happens. Otherwise, it'll carry this value through and test against that. But I mean, it's doing it here, is the thing. Am I stupid to think you could sample like 100 random points in both images and sum that for similarity instead of summing the entire pixel data? All I know is that I did a lot of testing when I was first building this, and everything that I tried to write in order to do stuff like that, because I had similar ideas about just like being everything that I played with turned out to be slower than just relying on these built-in methods that are in OpenCV and NumPy that I presume work on a hardware level, or, you know, activate. They grab something as opposed to having your own, you know, little fucking function written, or maybe they're just written very well, written at binary levels with deep understandings. But even like everything that I came up with to like reduce the number and do this, it was still slower than just telling it, well, I know that there's like hundreds of thousands of pixels that you have to look at there. Could you look at them? And it's like, yeah, I did it. What do you want to know? And my algorithms were like, you know, well, I'll just do this and this and this. I'll just take a sample. And they're like, okay, hang on. Okay. NumPy probably uses a video card to crunch big data sets. It seems to just hit really hard. Sum of all is easy because it is the same rather than many exceptions. It comes through pretty fast. But yeah, this whole thing, similarity is greater than or equal to percent. I'm checking it there and then running it again before I do the similarity greater than best, less than worst thing. And this is just for logging. This is for helping you know. Yeah, it like stores the bests and the worsts, and that gives you more information and shit. It just seems stupid to do it twice here when we're going to check that right here. But then I won't be storing these good pieces of information. You know what I don't care about that much is those pieces of information, to be quite honest with me. So, I'm just going to do this down where it makes sense. No, but you have to do that sooner or later. You have to do it. Because you have to check for the similarity if it's greater than or equal to percent. And if it is, then we run the better test. And then you would have to check it again on the better test. The only thing is, like, you're doing this thing twice in the event that, you know, you didn't do that the first time. That's fine. It's a good way of shoehorning it in for now. Carry on, pawn. Okay? Jesus Christ. Get off my nuts, huh? So, again, we're going to be looking for compare. And see if there's any more calls to compare. Is that it? That's it? God, my code is fucking optimized. It's not bad code. It's not bad code. Let's run this thing. Okay, well, that's the wrong one that I'm running. Well, let's run this thing. Run SplitRP. Okay. I don't know if, what are we going to see here? I don't know if I'll even be able to tell. Analyzed. It's 720p video. I don't know. Is it faster? Is it not? I mean, we can see the frame rates coming up right there. So we're looking at 238, 236, 150, 248. You know, it's all over the place. So that was done in 21 seconds. The analysis, well, it took 22.05, a little bit further up, and you guys can see too. If I just... So video analysis took 22.105, doing it that way. I don't think that that's that's an improvement of much of anything. Is the number correct as it always has been? 201.501, 157.169. Pretty sure that's the same. Round tabler. Why not just call simple compare in compare, and if less than an amount, run the other compare code? Simple compare in compare, and if less, run the other compare amount. The only reason not is that I haven't written the function to work that way until now. That function, you know, it was just a simple public function, and so I hand these two pieces of data in, and it returns me the result. But I could rewrite this function and how it works so that I hand this in, I hand that in, and I hand it the, you know, data that it's supposed to have. Or rather, the percent match value that it's looking for. I could do that. Like, so if I did, let me just kill the program in the background. So if I did match, and we could make this a... No, we'll make it a value that you have to feed it. Yeah, sure. So then we've got the composite. We don't want the composite to happen yet. And I'm going to have to do this. I'm going to have to switch to just one of the images. Move the composite down. But it does mean that I don't have to take these values twice. So we would run to consolidate this. We'd have that. And we'd have this. And then if similarity is greater than or equal to match, then do that, and then return similarity. And then we can get rid of the simple compare process. I hope that that works out. There might be a reason why I hadn't done it that way. I don't think so. I think it fits, but we'll see. So instead of similarity is equal to simple compare, it's just equal to compare like it always has been. And then if similarity is greater than or equal to percent, we don't have to have that anymore. What's your problem there? Parameter match, right. So the match then has to be percent. Test match percent if match, else test on match percent. Yeah. If similarity is greater or equal to percent, maybe that works, maybe I'm not understanding it. I'm concerned about the fact that like we do this match test and we do this unmatched test. So at one point we're looking for it to be similar, and at the other point we're looking for it to not be similar. And that might be part of the reason why I didn't do it this way before, because then I would have to tell the function what I'm looking for, give it a flip bit, but maybe it's not that. Let's just see if it still works, I guess. I don't know. 720 test. Go ahead and throw it. It's supposed to be only for Cluster Truck or also for other games in the future? Yeah, for other games as well. In fact, I wrote a configuration file for SplitRP that works in KSP for the KSP speedrun. It worked on mine. Sadly, everybody else who runs KSP is running on Linux in 4:3 ratios and weird embedded video I couldn't test it on any other run other than my own. And also there's a big difference between 1080p and 720p for like the size of the loading thing and stuff. But I did make a pattern file and it did work. And yeah, this would be for anybody, you know, once you figured out how to make a pattern file, and I would have to put time into like making the pattern files, maybe even making a user interface system where it's easier to make a pattern file. But yeah, it would be for more than just Cluster Truck. So that took 22.5 again. Did it give us the correct results? Yep, those are the same results that I expect to see. It also just return a pass-fail so you don't need to compare values again. Yeah, this is where I'm getting concerned about, like, I think there are reasons why I didn't, and it might have to do with that flip mode, that switch state here, because when we're in a match true state, when we're in a seeking state, there's two things that this does that enable IGT. And it's try to find a match, and then once you've found a match, find anything that isn't a match. And then you fall out of it. And then from there, there's like the ability to nest things in the configuration where when you fall out of a match, you immediately test for other things and stuff. But that basically means that we're doing, you know, both a positive and a negative test within the same system here. And I'm just not sure what I haven't done. Coding Pawn is cool pawn. Den D, bringing us up to God knows how many frickin' subscriptions today. Thank you so much, Den D, for 21 months in the Big Dick Club. Welcome back, or, you know, you don't call it a comeback. Den D's been here for years. But, Jesus Christ, we got to be up to, like, 30-ish? There's 20 and 20 and then 25, then the individual subs have come in and stuff like that. 30 during a Python coding stream? For fuck's sake! Here's what I'd like to do. What would you like to do? I would like to, all the things that I've done here, so that took 22.5 is what that took. And now if I take all that out, and you, Bump you guys back. It's as though it's the same as it's ever been. Don't even need the match thing anymore. But it should still work. So 22.5, 720. Do it again. Do it again. 30 subs during a Python coding stream. That's it, boys. I'm learning Python on stream. 22.5 seconds. Do we beat it? 21.6 without doing this. Without bothering with it. Got that in 21.6 this time. If we ran a number of times, will we see a difference? Maybe. I feel like that's about what it is. I'm sorry, you guys can't see it. For fuck's sake. It's the whole goddamn... What are you doing? Grab the Python. Grab the PyCharm. Boom. 20... What is it? RTA took... It's 21.675. It's actually faster to not bother with that system. How can that be true? How can that be true? You know, over here it is... I suppose if we're seeing a lot of they're pretty similar kind of things coming up here, then it would mean that we're doing a double test, you know, on too many of them, would be the idea. And then that would back us up and actually make this of less benefit. That's possible. If there's just too many matches. I mean, it looked like we were getting... I think that's right. I think those numbers are correct. 22 and 21 and stuff makes sense. It seems familiar to me. Can you make it so that the first comparison puts out less matches? You know what? For the sake of effing with it and seeing how simple it is to F with it here. So, what if we like, if similarity is greater than or equal to match times 1.1? You know, just increase the match value by 10%. But if the match value is 90, then it's 99. If it's 94, then it's over 100% match value or something. Okay. Match plus 100 minus match divided by 2. So it'll have to be a lot better. But that means we'll probably just miss things, you know? We'll probably just miss... Let's do it anyway, just for the sake of fucking with it. We'll probably just miss splits. It just won't even see... Won't make matches anymore. 720 test. And it's definitely not something that I could, you know, rely on. Yeah, no matches. Oh, wait. No, we did match. We got another match. What level are we on right now? 4-4, and we've only done 3 splits. I think we just skipped one, probably. Does that sound about right? Yeah, I mean, maybe it gets done faster anyway. 21.8. Closer. The times are very wrong. The times are definitely wrong. We missed things. Can't just fuck with my match percentages that way, apparently. Well, who could have seen that coming? 21.5. I'm going to start it back up with this system back in place. File open. Hang on. We don't need to composite it. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. I was thinking we've already got those numbers out. We've already got that sum. No, we don't, because the absolute difference actually does create a map image of them. That's the value of it. All right, run it again. Run it again. Like, we already got those values. We don't have to do that again. Yeah, it's a different process, Paul. You know what? Let's compare a 60 frame per second, a larger, a 1080p kind of video, and see if that does anything. Does this just start off correctly? Yeah, it looks like it starts off. So this is 1080, 60 frames per second. And right now it's processing this, and bear in mind that we are live streaming, and that does tend to slow this down, but it's doing it at about 72 frames per second. So we're basically watching this whole thing live. I think it's going to run faster when I take that thing back out of it, up to like 85, 90. Ifs are always three ways. One if, two then, three else. While is only two way. One while, two then. If will always check else. If will always check else. Repeat is same as while, but downside is it's checked after the brackets. While does it before. I'm quoting lessons from Turbo Pascal at the moment. He's onto something. Never mind. The gears were turning for a second there. Yeah. I thought for a moment, oh, hell, yeah, no, of course, we've already got the absolute, or we've already got the summed values, so why are we taking the absolute difference map of, but that's pixels against pixels. Oh, shit. Well, see, now it's gonna, yeah, I should have scrubbed it so that it wouldn't be processing this, because now it's gonna find another split right now, which will give us the wrong values, but it doesn't matter. We'll just see how long it took to process the entire video, and then we'll process it again. And we see pretty consistently around 72 frames per second with some deviation there. But video analysis took... Come on, drag up. Video analysis took 152 of 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, again, I will just apparently do all this shit. So you none of that, none of that, none of that, none of that. Yep. And then restart it. File open the 1080-60 video, which is you, and analyze the full video, and we'll get to see we were running at about 72 frames per second on the average. We saw like 86s and stuff occasionally and things, but they tended to hover right around 72. We've seen 71s, 75, 72, 74, 73. And remember, it took us 152 to process this whole video last time. It's looking like there's just very little difference between these two methods, you know? And where there is a difference, it's looking like it's slower. It's a shame. It's a shame that I already made the best system. I thought this was going to be a smarter way to go. There's got to be something like it, though, you know? There's got to be something like it where it's... I don't need the level of fidelity, you know? I don't need a complete difference map of two images... even sections of images against one another for the first test. You know, what's the lowest fidelity, lowest resolution? I could just do testing at, you know, after like a really hard resize. It doesn't... I mean, all of those considerations kind of already exist in SplitRP. In the file, in the config file for your speedrun, you have the ability to resize them, and most of the comparisons that are being done right now are happening at 10% of the usual size. For speed, as well as because it makes it easier to find comparisons, to hit matches and stuff. So, well, last time it took 1 minute and 52 seconds. This time, it took 1 minute and 53 seconds. It's not really worth a damn, is it? Not really worth a good goddamn, is it? Is it worth a good goddamn? I don't know that it is. Although, I do like this idea of multi-processing through the run. And like finding all the places where something could be interesting first, I've not had any luck in Python with multiprocessing. Because everything that I've tried to do, it takes too long for Python's multiprocessing to kick in to be of benefit, It's a slow process to get started. And I'm told, and I've never seen, because I've never been in a situation where it was actually of benefit to me, that once it's started, you get the benefit, the real benefits of multiprocessing, and it will be massively faster. We have this issue with the way that the runs are done. The way that the analysis is conducted is that, at the beginning, we're looking for a number of different screens. We want to see the level select screen. That's all we want to see. But once we see the level select screen, now we got to check for whether or not we see the menu screen. Because maybe if you go to level select and then you go back to the menu, then I want you to reset and start looking for level select again. If you back out, I don't want it to think that you started running. So it's looking for that at that point. If it doesn't find that, and it doesn't find, that it's still on the level select screen, then it assumes that you started running. Now you're running. Now it's looking for the level complete screen exclusively. Once you hit the level complete screen, it's now looking for the pause menu. Because maybe you pause during level complete, but you haven't exited level complete yet. And if it does see the pause menu, then it's looking to see whether or not you backed out to the level select area. Because if you did, well, then now you're doing something in the game that that should be part of timing. It's complicated, but it's flipping these states where it's looking for level select. And then once it finds level select, it's looking for it to not be level select anymore. And then when it's not level select anymore, now it's looking for something else and checking then to see if there's something else going on. So there's this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, which means that it has to be done. I think it means that it has to be done linearly. You have to start at the beginning and go through to know what you're supposed to be looking for at each point. But if I were to set up this lower fidelity version of the testing that's going on here, this lower resolution testing, I could run that multi-processing across the whole thing and have it just look for places where it recognizes anything that's in its library of things that it might want to see. And have, however many cores you're running doing that all across the thing. And then you start up from the beginning with the linear process, but it can look at these and then skip entire sections and just look at these and then look at that and that kind of a deal. That could work. Multiprocessing is a snake pick, which it really shouldn't be. Yeah, it needs race condition considerations. I could say that. Oh, you mean you're talking about multiprocessing. I thought you were talking about what I'm talking about. But yeah. Well, we tested this today. You know what else is the last thing that I'd like to test? Would be, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to kill you. Did I something? I think the key testing is still active. So I've killed that run. Let's invert everything that we're doing here. Okay? So there is no if similarity greater than match. There is no this, there is no that. We are going to just do the low fidelity test and see how many false matches we get and things like that. File open, because we should get a lot of false matches. Because this test, the test that we're running now, is just like, is there about the same amount of grays in this as there were in the one that I'm looking for? This should be bad. So let's see. We'll run it on the faster one to process. And see if it even comes out faster when all it has to do is its own thing. And then also see how many times it fails the test. Oh, that was a lot. That was a lot of splits right there. Did you see all those splits that it got? This is definitely not supposed to be that many splits. Is it faster, though, even? I mean, what if it's, like, it's massively inaccurate and it's not even faster? Video analysis took 22.2. That's about the same time it takes when we run the other one, and we now have 17 splits. Out of 10 splits that it should have been. Ah, damn shame that. Damn shame that. But you know what did come out of today? I'm just gonna take this back to what it was before because we don't need to pass it that match stuff or anything. What did come out of today is you know, we pared this thing down to just what it needs to be a video analysis tool. And you know, I feel better about the possibility of like continuing to develop on it, and also of trying to come up with like tests like this that would prove that it can be faster, that it can work better, that we can do something, you know, multi-process it, all these kinds of things. I feel way better about it after today and in the state that it's in right now. But I think what we got here, that's the testing thing. I think we're back to where this should just work and be the way that it always was. The last thing I need to do is take out that match condition that we've been sending to compare. So F compare, let's go down here, similarity is equal to compare, and there will be no % value sent. Thank you very much. There are no other calls to compare anywhere. Neat that I've got this big public function at the top. It used to, the code used to be sloppier. Let's just test that that's working the way that we expect it to, again, with the 720p test, because it's just faster to run. You can cut the video in 8 chunks for 8 CPUs with only a few edge cases. Until the middle, I was mind blown. Yeah, it was actually, it looked like it was working pretty good, huh? But, you know, I have spent, at this point, like a year and a half or 2 years working on and thinking about how this works and how this should work. And I've already optimized a lot of this shit. I am looking for some really deep optimizations now. That took 21.63, and it gave us the correct times, 201 and 157. Those are the correct times for that run. I believe. They seem like I recognize them anyway. But yeah, here's our config file, you know, that you can edit in order to change how it works and everything like that. You tell it the native resolution. You tell it the screenshot area. I've restricted the screenshot area to just like a space that's in the middle to the top left, and all of the different screenshots that I'm going to take, you know, that I crop from, we take that screenshot and then we crop from there. I could reduce. Boom, there's a major fucking improvement. I did it this way, where it takes a master screenshot area and then crops from that for consistency of the performance, because we were running live. This is a video analysis. I don't need consistency. Give me the fastest you can do it. So I can, instead of cropping from a master screenshot area, I can just continually change the area that the size and the area of the screenshot that we need to take. That's a bad idea. That's a bad idea. It's a bad idea because, you know, there's all these different things that I want to be able to look at various times. Having the master screenshot area works out. Because, you know, if you're looking for level complete, but also for pause, then you want to have the size of the screenshot contain both of them so that you can crop from the same screenshot instead of taking multiple screenshots. Taking the screenshots themselves was the longest part of the process. We're not taking screenshots anymore, Pawn. We're loading the image into memory from the video file and then analyzing them, so that's not a consideration. This is something that needs to be thought about. Doing the master screenshot area might be unnecessary now, and I could optimize right there. $1 to Pawn on Patreon is $1 to the speedrunning community. Yeah, that's gotta be thought about. But as of today, new thing, you can translate and rescale, which means you can do processing of embedded video. You state the image directory for where the images are going to be located that you mentioned in the rest of the file. It just makes it so you don't have to type the directories over and over again. Define what kind of run logging you want, how much detailed information you want coming out in the console, which will not be, there won't be a console, or if there will, it'll be built into the UI in the final version. And then you define what the tests are, what the test packs are, what the first packs are. These are the commands that are sent to LiveSplit, which are no longer necessary in this version. I'm going to keep them around, though, because there's another build of it, and I don't want to rip them out of there. There's no reason to. And then here are the tests. And this is where my considerations have already gone into this, and why it's so hard to find a place to optimize on is, here's the image that we want to test. Here's the match percentage. Here's the unmatched percentage. Here's the area that we're going to crop from the master thing. We're going to resize it because it'll be faster, and it will mean that we can sort of force a greater degree of conformity, a greater degree of likelihood of matches by shrinking it. It compresses the pixels into a smaller space, so it's less variable, qualities to it. And then you can adjust the color. This, test for the menu light, I'm threshing it, which means it goes to black and white. And everything above 100 on the grayscale turns white. Everything below 100 on the grayscale turns black. And 100 itself, it's a quantum value. It doesn't exist. I don't know which it is. If it's everything above and including 100 turns white, or the other way. But, like all of these different configurations, simple when you understand it. I mean, it's just this. This is the example. These are all the things that you can do with any sample test there. List multiple images, tell it the match percentage, tell it the unmatched percentage. If you want to crop it, then you can crop it. You don't have to. If you want to resize it, you can resize it. You don't have to. If you want to change the color, you can. You don't have to. You can grayscale it or you can thresh it. This is actually very simple, very straightforward in terms of how to make one of these files. At least how to make a test. And then the test packs they run multiple tests. It's the ability to run multiple tests in one iteration of things. So when I'm looking for run select, or rather when I'm in the run select loop, I'm looking for the test that's under LS dark, the test that's under LS light, and the test that's under pause. These are 3 different things that I want to look for that are all defined up here. And then you just tell it where to go. It's actually a pretty concise system. There's definitely optimization potential there with the screenshot area, because we can just make slices of the areas that we want to look at from these images that are already stored in memory, that are just coming right out of the video file, as opposed to doing everything from a master and then cropping it. It's not going to save any time, is it? It's not going to be an optimization, but it is unnecessary. Now that it's a purely video analysis thing, you're literally like taking a crop just to take another crop. You got the whole thing in memory. You could take the final crop. Instead, I'm going to take it smaller and then take another one. It's stupid. Not 255. What was I saying? In terms of like the thresh values and stuff. Basically, if that's what I was talking about, then everything that's 100 or above becomes 255, and everything that's 100 or below becomes 0. Just threshed to black and white is the concept behind there. If that's what you were saying, because I don't know, I'm talking in circles here. A little disappointing that that version of things turned out to not be faster and in fact be slower, but I'm going to keep cranking my head over on, you know, there's got to be other ways to do simpler, lower level analysis. There might not be. I might have hit pay dirt on this thing already. But maybe we can figure out a way to integrate multi-core processing. That's entirely possible. Grayscale being 100. Yes. Yeah, no, the grayscale is on a 255 thing, so where it says 100, then that's, you know, closer to black than... Yeah, closer to black than it is to white on that scale. Yeah. I think that brings us to the end of this one. We did a lot of good things here today, and I like the fact that we pared this thing down to just being the video moderation tool, forgetting about the you know, live running version of it. If you know, the video moderation tool goes well, then I can build off of what I already had and what I've built in the video moderation tool to build back to a runner's tool. But you know, first you'd have to prove that you could do it really fast on the video file, and then you got to be able to grab 60 frames per second minimum on pretty much everybody's computer. It's hard. It's a hard challenge, and I did pretty well with it. But I'm more interested in the video moderation at this point. Where can I get the program? The closest that you can get to getting the program is github.com/RonanPawn/SplitRP/tree/rebuild right now. And that is months old version. I'll have to decide what to push to GitHub. You know, do I update the rebuild version with what I have for that from the rebuild branch? And then do I, you know, upload? Do I also push the new video moderation exclusive build? I don't know. But this is under rebuild, and especially under rebuild and then packages. No, releases. Under releases. So RonanPawn.com or github.com/RonanPawn SplitRP releases. This would be the version to get. Top version, May 21st, 2020. And most of the features are supported there. Only the things that I updated today aren't. Man doesn't even have a sub icon. Pawn, you should do a contest for that. A who? A what? A who? A who? A what? Thank you guys for coming out. My God, what the hell are you doing? Giving me like 30 subs. It's got to be 30 subs today. It's verge of 30 or over. Right around 30 subs. While I'm coding in Python. You are encouraging all the wrong behavior if you want to see exciting, fun things like Cluster Truck and KSP speedruns. But I'd love to do a little bit of code development here and there. I won't drown you in it, but, you know, a little bit here and there. Later, Pawn, back to speedrunning, I guess, then. You do you, I'm gonna go eat. Lady Pawn is making something. Hopefully she made enough for me. But yeah. Fun time, laid back, enjoyed it. I'll see you the next live stream. Thanks again. Pawn out.